Welcome to the course Fundamentals of Ethical Hacking, developed by SIA Global Security. Hacking is one of the most devastating cybersecurity threats in information technology. As we continue to depend more on the internet, incidents relating to hacking increase, which leads to a demand for ethical hackers. This course has been designed by SIA's team of ethical hackers to help those who are interested in ethical hacking, but have zero to basic knowledge in this field. It specifically aims to guide you step by step on how you can establish your career as an ethical hacker. This course will cover 8 different sections. It will provide multiple practical simulations to further hone your newly acquired ethical hacking skills. Moreover, short quizzes are available for the first 7 sections, while a final exam will be given on the last section to assess your knowledge in this course. This course is not intended for use in illegal hacking. After this course, you will be knowledgeable about the fundamentals of ethical hacking. In addition to that, you will know how ethical hackers can legally exploit a vulnerability of a system or network. What are you waiting for? Come and be one of us.
Introduction to Ethical Hacking. With a steady increase in human dependence on information technology, hacking has become a growing industry. Hacking is the unauthorized access into a system or a network, usually done by hackers to either exploit the network for illegal gain or for fun. Due to the ever-changing tactics in hacking, the need for ethical hackers, or security professionals who know and understand how hackers can compromise a system or a network, grows each day. This need gave way to the birth of ethical hacking, or penetration testing. Ethical hacking is the practice of hacking without malicious intent. The goal of ethical hacking is to expose known security vulnerabilities of a certain system or network, to help the owners address and fix these before being discovered by malicious hackers. There are 3 types of hackers. These are white hat hackers, black hat hackers, and gray hat hackers. White hat hackers, or the good guys, are often referred to as ethical hackers. They are those authorized persons or individuals specializing in ethical hacking tools, techniques, and methodologies to strengthen an organization's information systems. They usually ask for permission from a company to compromise their system, and then fully disclose all of the vulnerabilities, bugs, flaws, and weaknesses they find, so the organization can address these before someone exploits them. White hat hackers do hacking for the benefit of the company. Another type of hacker is the black hat hacker. Black hat hackers are often referred to as crackers. Unlike the white hat hackers, black hat hackers exploit security networks and look for backdoors, even if they are not permitted to do so. Black hat hacking is illegal because crackers attempt to obtain unauthorized access and compromise security systems with the goal of stealing or gaining access to passwords, stealing corporate data, violating the company's privacy, and damaging the system or network. Keep in mind that some black hat hackers pretend to be white hat hackers. It is best to check if the hacker is a white hat or a black hat by asking for Certified Ethical Hacker, CEH, license, certified by the EC Council. Another type of hacker is the gray hat hacker. Gray hat hackers are a mixture of white hat hackers and black hat hackers. They exploit a network's vulnerability without the owner's permission, with no malicious intent. They usually do this for fun and because they can. Gray hat hackers also break into computer systems and notify the administrator of the found vulnerabilities while offering to fix them for a nominal fee. Their main goal is to inform the owners regarding their system's weaknesses, hoping to get a bounty from the owners. By partnering with SIA, your company will be more familiar with the tools and phases of ethical hacking. The OWASP Top 10 Security Vulnerabilities, Malware and Other Attacks, the Information Security Policies, Laws, Act, and the Ethics of Information Security. Simulations of attacks are also provided to better understand and practice of how ethical hacking works. So what are we waiting for? Let's start by having a detailed discussion about the main tools needed in ethical hacking.
As an ethical hacker aspirant, the first thing you need to be familiar with is the hacking environment. A hacking environment is a virtual environment where we can explore and practice ethical hacking without the fear of compromising other legitimate systems or networks. Virtual environments can be created inside virtual machines. Properly installing and setting up a hacking environment is essential, since we need to have hands-on learning for different hacking techniques. This is why we must first identify what programs we need to install on our machine, and then we must learn how to navigate those programs. For a better understanding of how ethical hacking works, let's learn what VirtualBox, Kali Linux, Windows Server, and Windows 10 are for. Simulations for how to install these programs are also provided to guide you through installing these on your machine properly. Let's start our journey to ethical hacking.
VirtualBox. This lesson will help us familiarize ourselves with VirtualBox as well as guide us on how to download and install it on our machine. VirtualBox is a virtualization machine that will enable us to run more than one operating system, OS, inside our machine. This means we can pretend to have more than one computer running on a single device. This is essential in ethical hacking, because we will perform a lot of penetration testing in our virtual environment. Virtual machines, such as VirtualBox, work entirely like a different working machine. So, instead of using more computers to practice and explore ethical hacking, we will maximize the use of VirtualBox and install as many virtual machines as we need. A simulation on how to download and install VirtualBox will be available at the end of this lesson. In the next lesson, Sia will guide us on how to download and install Kali Linux. Simulation. Downloading and installing VirtualBox in Mac OS. Note: I am using the Firefox browser. The process I will use to download the VirtualBox might slightly differ in other browsers, but the actual experience should be similar. To download VirtualBox, first visit the official website of VirtualBox, i.e. https://www.virtualbox.org. Then in the left panel there are different links on VirtualBox. Since we need to download the VirtualBox, click on Downloads. Here you are given different VirtualBox download packages. Choose Windows hosts for Windows OS, OS X hosts for Mac OS, Linux distributions for Linux, and Solaris hosts for Solaris system. Because I am running on Mac OS, I will click on OS X hosts. To save the file, check Save and click OK. Next, the download will start as shown by the down arrow. Once the download is complete, you will be signaled by the moving arrow as shown here. You have successfully downloaded the installer for VirtualBox. Now let's proceed with the installation process. To install the VirtualBox on your machine, first click on the down arrow. It will show you the list of downloaded files. Then click on the VirtualBox installer you just downloaded. Now your system will verify the package, and then the dialog box will appear with the installer. It also contains a manual and uninstalling process document. You should double-click on the installer.pkg. Then you will see the installation page and the dialog box will be shown that reads, "This package will run a program to determine if the software can be installed." Click Continue. And then Continue again. Now you can change the installation location and do some customization, or just click on Install to install it in the default location. I will click on Install. Then enter your login credential when prompted to do so. And hit Enter or click on Install Software. The installation process will run. And finally, the installation will complete. At this point, you have successfully installed the VirtualBox. Now click on Close. At this time, the prompt may ask you if you want to keep the VirtualBox installer or move to trash. Though I have already installed the package, I will still keep it for future reference. If you want to delete the file, just click on Move to Trash. Okay, you have successfully installed the VirtualBox. This box can now be used to host other operating systems and create our lab environment. We will create our lab setup with one Kali Linux, one Windows Server, and one Windows 10. Simulation. Downloading and installing VirtualBox in Windows. Note, I am using the Edge browser. The process I will use to download the VirtualBox might slightly differ in other browsers, but the actual experience should be similar. To download VirtualBox on Windows system. First, visit the official website of VirtualBox, i.e. https://www.virtualbox.org. Then in the left panel there are different links on VirtualBox. Since we need to download the VirtualBox, click on Downloads. Here you are given different VirtualBox download packages. Choose Window hosts for Windows OS, OS X hosts for Mac OS, Linux distributions for Linux, and Solaris hosts for Solaris system. Because I am running on Windows system, I will click on Windows hosts. To directly run and install the VirtualBox after the download, click on Run. The file has now started to download. You can see the progress. Wait for several minutes to complete the download. Once the download is complete, Windows will run the security scan to make sure the package doesn't contain any virus. After this, the installation will run. Minimize the browser and follow the steps to installation. First, click on Next. Then once again, click on Next. Make sure that all options are checked. And then click on Next. To proceed with the installation, click on Yes. Now click on Install to initiate the installation process. Next, Windows will ask if we want to allow this app to make changes in the device. Here, click on Yes. You will now notice the installation progress. Next, Windows will ask permission to install the given software. Here, click on Install. And allow several seconds. Finally, to complete the installation and open the VirtualBox, click on Finish. You have successfully installed VirtualBox on your Windows system. This box can now be used to host other operating systems and create our lab environment. We will create our lab setup with one Kali Linux, one Windows Server, and one Windows 10. Kali Linux. This lesson will help us familiarize ourselves with Kali Linux, as well as guide us on how to download and install it on our machine. Kali Linux is a Debian-based Linux distribution, which is one of the most popular ethical hacking operating systems. It is an operating system, OS, that specifically caters to network analysts, ethical hackers, or penetration testers. Some of the pre-installed tools in Kali Linux that are essential for ethical hacking are air cracking, which allows heavy scripting, Nmap, or network mapper, which determine what hosts are available on the network, THC Hydra, to brute force crack a remote authentication service, Nessus to check computers for security vulnerabilities, and Wireshark for analyzing network protocol in Linux. A simulation on how to download and install Kali Linux will be available at the end of this lesson. In the next lesson, Sia will guide us on how to download and install Windows Server 2012 and Windows 10. Simulation. Downloading and installing Kali Linux. Note: I am using the Firefox browser once again. The process I describe to download the Kali Linux might slightly differ in other browsers, but the actual experience should be similar. How to download Kali Linux. To download Kali Linux, first visit the official website https://www.kali.org. At the top you will see the Downloads option. Click on Downloads. Here you will get the links to download Kali Linux image files. Among the different options, choose to download Kali Linux 64-bit image. You can choose between direct download or via torrent. I prefer direct download, so let's click on the Kali Linux 64-bit installer. After clicking the link, you will get a prompt to save or open the file. Here choose Save File and hit OK. Now the download will begin. You can track the progress of your download by clicking on the down arrow. As the size of the image file is quite large, it will take time to download the file. Let's wait until the download completes. How to install Kali Linux on VirtualBox. Now that Kali Linux is downloaded, we want to install it inside the VirtualBox. There are 2 steps involved in the installation process. First, you have to allocate the resources, and then installation can be completed. Let's see how it is done. Allocate the resource in VirtualBox. First, open the VirtualBox and click New. Then choose the name of the operating system. I choose Kali Linux. You can see that when I finished writing the name, all other parameters auto-populate. If you want to do it manually, you can choose the type and version from the drop-down menu. Now click Continue. Next, you need to allocate the memory for Kali Linux. Use the slider to adjust the memory size. The recommended memory size is sufficient, but here I choose to use extra just in case. Let's click Continue. VirtualBox will ask you to create a virtual hard disk. Click on Create. Then you will be asked to choose the disk type. The default settings on VDI look good. So click Continue. Next is storage on the physical hard disk. Dynamic allocation is a good option here, as it uses only the required disk space and no more, so click Continue. Then the selection has to be made for file location and size. File location can be set to default value. In the case of disk size, though 8 GB is recommended, allowing a slightly higher value won't do any harm. As I have some free disk space, I will allocate 25 GB. It is okay if you allocate the recommended option. Now click Create. We have now successfully allocated the required resources to install the Kali Linux. Now let's proceed with the next step to install the Kali Linux image file. Install the Kali Linux in VirtualBox. Double-click on the Kali Linux instance we just created. Then select the image file for Kali Linux. For this, click on the folder icon. Next, click on Add. Select the Kali Linux image file we just downloaded, and then click on Open. Click on Choose. And then click on Start. You will now see various installation options. Among these options, choose Graphical Install. And hit Enter. Now the installation process will start. Then select your preferred language. English is set by default. Choose your preferred language and click Continue. Next, select your location and then click Continue. After this, select the keyboard configuration and click Continue to proceed with the installation. Now, to configure the network, enter the host name for the system. I prefer Kali itself. Choose the name you like and click Continue. Now enter the domain name. The domain name should end with .com, .edu, or .org, so I want to name it as mycyberspace.com. Choose the domain name you like and click Continue. Then enter the full name for the new user. And click Continue. Now choose Username and click Continue. Then set up the password. And click Continue. Configure your preferred time zone and click Continue. You will now be asked to choose the disk partition. Choose the default option and click Continue. Again, select the default partition disks and click Continue. Next, select the recommended disk partitioning scheme and click Continue. Again, click on Continue. You will now be asked if you want to write the changes. Let's see what happens if you click No as an option. As you see that you will enter the loop, so click Yes and click Continue. Now the installation will continue, and all required packages will be installed. This may take several minutes. If you are prompted with any dialog boxes, select the default option and click Continue. The installation process will take about 30 minutes. Let's wait until the installation is in progress. Next, you will be asked to choose whether to install the Grub bootloader. Click Yes and click Continue. In bootloader installation, you do not want to install it manually. So select the next option and click Continue. Finally, on Finish the installation, click Continue. This will complete the installation and the VirtualBox will start the Kali Linux. Next, select Kali GNU/Linux and hit Enter to boot the Kali Linux. Then, enter your credentials and click on Login. You have successfully installed Kali Linux in your VirtualBox. Windows System. This lesson will help us familiarize ourselves with Windows systems, such as Windows Server 2012 and Windows 10, as well as guide us on how to download and install these programs on our machine. Windows Server 2012, formerly known as Windows Server 8, belongs to the Windows NT family of operating systems and is the fifth version of the Windows Server operating system by Microsoft. Windows Server 2012 includes enhancements to the following: Graphical User Interface, GUI, Address Management, Hyper-V 3.0, Active Directory, File System, Storage Migration, Clustering, NIC Teaming. Windows 10 also belongs to the Windows NT family of operating systems and is a part of a series of Microsoft operating systems. It is an operating system for personal computers, tablets, embedded devices, and the Internet of Things devices. Users who are using Windows 7 or Windows Operating System, OS, can upgrade directly to Windows 10 without re-imaging or performing intrusive and time-consuming system wipes and upgrade procedures. Users can also access the Windows 10 upgrade through the Windows Update Assistant to manually begin an upgrade. A simulation on how to download and install Windows Server 2012 and Windows 10 will be available at the end of this lesson. In the next lesson, Sia will help us understand the 5 phases of ethical hacking. Simulation. Downloading and installing Windows Server. Note: I am using the Firefox browser. The process I will use to download the Windows Server might slightly differ in other browsers, but the actual experience should be similar. How to download Windows Server. Microsoft provides a 180-day evaluation version of Windows Server. To download the evaluation version, do the following. First, visit the official website, https://en-us/evalcenter. You will see Start Your Evaluation Today. Click on Get Started, and you will get to see the evaluation for various Microsoft products. Then click on Windows Server, and then on View All. Now you can see the list of different versions of Windows Server. You can download the server you'd like. I'd prefer Windows Server 2012 R2, as it is quite efficient and needs less resources from my experience, so scroll down and click on Windows Server 2012 R2. Then select ISO as the evaluation experience and click Continue. Enter all the details and click Continue. Next, choose 64-bit as a platform and select your preferred language. Then click Download. To save the file, select Save and click OK. Now your download will begin. You can track the progress of your download by clicking on the down arrow. As the size of the image file is large, it will take some time to download. Let's wait until the download completes. How to install Windows Server on VirtualBox. Now that the Windows Server is downloaded, we want to install it inside the VirtualBox. There are 2 steps involved in the installation process. First, you have to allocate the resources, and then installation can be initiated. Let's see how it's done. Allocate the resource in VirtualBox. First, in the VirtualBox, click New. Then choose the name of the operating system. I chose Windows Server 2012 R2. You can see that when I completed writing the name, all other parameters were auto-populated. If you want to do it manually, you can choose the type and version from the drop-down menu. Now click Continue. Here you need to allocate the memory for Windows Server. Use the slider to adjust the memory size. The recommended memory size is sufficient, so let's click Continue. VirtualBox will ask you to create a virtual hard disk. Here, click on Create. Then you will be asked to choose the disk type. Default setting on VDI looks good, so click Continue. Next is storage on the physical hard disk. Dynamic allocation is the best option here as it uses only the required disk space, so click on Continue. Then the selection has to be made for file location and size. File location can be set to default value. In case of disk size, the default option should be enough. Therefore, click on the Create button. We have now successfully allocated the required resources to install the Windows Server 2012 R2. Now let's proceed with the next step to install the Windows Server image file. Install the Windows Server in VirtualBox. Now double-click on the Windows Server instance we just created. Then you need to select the image file for Windows Server. For this, click on the folder icon. And then click on Add. Then, select the Windows Server image file we just downloaded, and then click on Open. Now click on Choose, and then click on Start to initiate the installation. Next, select your preferred language, time format, and keyboard layout, and click on Next. Then click on Install. Now select the operating system to install. We want the GUI based. So select the second option and click Next. Accept the license agreement and click Next. At this time, two options will be provided. The first is the upgrade and second is the fresh installation. Since we want to do our first installation, click on Custom option. Then click Next. Now the installation will run. This process will take some time, usually between 5 and 7 minutes. The system will restart 2 to 3 times. Next, create and confirm your password. And click Finish. Windows Server will finalize your settings. Then press Ctrl-Alt-Delete if you are using Mac OS. Use function cmd delete. And enter the password you just set. And hit Enter. You have successfully installed Windows Server 2012 R2 in the VirtualBox. Your computer will take some time to finalize your settings. Sometimes you will see Windows license is expired immediately after getting your first installation done. You just downloaded and installed the Windows Server, and it's saying the license has expired. That's bad. We have a solution to that problem. Simply restart your machine once, and the license is back to normal. Your installation of Windows Server 2012 R2 is complete. Simulation: downloading and installing Windows 10. Note: I am using the Firefox browser again. The process I will use to download Windows 10 might slightly differ in other browsers, but the actual experience should be similar. How to download Windows 10. To download the image file of Windows 10, first, visit the official website https://www.microsoft.com/en-us/software-download. You will see 3 different Windows products. We are interested in Windows 10, so click on Windows 10. Now you can download the ISO file from here. First, select the edition and hit Confirm. Windows will validate your request. Choose the product language and click Confirm. Now you can download 32 or 64-bit version of Windows 10. Choose 64-bit download. To save the file, select Save and click OK. Now your download will begin. You can track the progress of your download by clicking on the down arrow. As the size of the image file is large, it will take time to download. Let's wait until the download completes. How to install Windows 10 on VirtualBox. Now that the Windows 10 is downloaded, we want to install it inside the VirtualBox. There are 2 steps involved in the installation process. First, you have to allocate the resources, and then installation can be initiated. Let's see how it is done. Allocate the resource in VirtualBox. First, in the VirtualBox, click New.
Then choose the name of the operating system. I choose Windows 10. You can see that when I completed writing the name, all other parameters were auto-populated. If you want to do it manually, you can choose the type and version from the drop-down menu. Now, click Continue. Here you need to allocate the memory for Windows 10. Use the slider to adjust the memory size. The recommended memory size is sufficient, so let's click Continue. VirtualBox will ask you to create a virtual hard disk. Here, click on Create. Then you will be asked to choose the disk type. Default setting on VDI looks good, so click Continue. Next is storage on the physical hard disk. Dynamic allocation is the good option here as it uses only the required disk space and no more, so click Continue. Then the selection has to be made for file location and size. File location can be set to default value. In case of disk size, the default option should be enough. Therefore, click on Create button. We have now successfully allocated required resources to install the Windows 10. Now, let's proceed with the next step to install the Windows 10 image file. Install the Windows 10 in VirtualBox. Double-click on the Windows 10 instance we just created. Then you need to select the image file for Windows 10. For this, click on the folder icon and click on Add. Then select the Windows 10 image file we just downloaded and then click on Open. Next, click on Choose, and then click on Start to initiate the installation process. Select your preferred language, time format, and keyboard layout, and click on Next.
Then click on Install. When asked for the product key, click on I don't have a product key. Then select Windows 10 Pro, and click Next. Accept the license agreement, and click Next. At this time, two options will be provided. The first is the upgrade and the second is the fresh installation. Since we want to do our first installation, select and click on Custom option, then click Next. Now the installation will progress. This process will take some time, around 5 to 7 minutes. The system will restart 2 to 3 times. Now follow the steps of installation. Select Language and click Next. Next, you can skip the second keyboard layout. After this, the installation process will again take some time, around 5 minutes. In How would you like to set up? Select Personal Use and click on Next. Now add your account. It can either be email, phone, or Skype. Enter the credential and click Next. Also create a PIN. And click OK. The installation process will take around 5 minutes to complete. There you are. Your installation of Windows 10 is complete. Simulation. Change the display option in VirtualBox. You might have noticed that when the virtual instances are run, the display screen is very small. Well, we can change the display screen to suit our needs. For this, follow these steps. First, right-click on the image files. Then click on Settings. Next, click on Display. There you will see the scale factor with a slider, which by default is set to minimum. You can adjust the slider according to your requirements. Repeat steps 1 through 4 for each virtual image in VirtualBox. Next time when you open the virtual OS, it will open in the size you've just set.
To beat a hacker, we must think and act like a hacker. The phases of hacking are essential for us to understand, as it will show how black hat hackers exploit vulnerabilities and compromise security controls to obtain access to a system or network. In ethical hacking, a white hat hacker uses this approach to identify the vulnerabilities in a system or network and address them before they can be exploited. White hat hackers use these phases of hacking to protect the network, while others do it to breach the network. What are the 5 phases of ethical hacking? How does a hacker gather information to compromise a system? What are the tools needed to carry out a successful ethical hacking? And how is it possible to ensure the hacking goes undetected? Worry no more, because in Section 3, Sia will walk through each phase of ethical hacking.
Reconnaissance. This lesson will help us understand the first phase of ethical hacking, which is the reconnaissance. The term reconnaissance came from the military word that means to search or survey for military information in the enemy's field. In cybersecurity, reconnaissance, or footprinting, is the preliminary phase of information gathering phase of ethical hacking. It is a crucial element of any successful cyber attack, and this is the phase in which the hacker collects all of the necessary information about the target before executing the attack. Reconnaissance, or footprinting, refers to the process used by hackers in gathering as much information about the targeted system or network as possible to detect the most suitable ways of intrusion. There are 2 types of reconnaissance. These are passive reconnaissance and active reconnaissance. Passive reconnaissance is the process of gaining valuable information without alerting the potential victim. It is also an act of gathering information without engaging with the system or the individual. An example of passive reconnaissance is reviewing or checking the targeted company's website. Another good example of passive reconnaissance is dumpster diving, or searching for useful information through a potential victim's garbage dump. This is an often used method of social engineering. In the corporate world, a lot of valuable data, such as employees' names, phone numbers, organizational charts, as well as user credentials and passwords written in notes, can be found in the company's trash. Another example is using a Wireshark tool. A Wireshark application is a packet sniffer that allows hackers to view and eavesdrop on the network's traffic. This is the equivalent of a hacker listening to an employee's conversations without being noticed. A hacker may also use OSINT, or open source intelligence, for gathering publicly available information of the targeted individual or organization. OSINT refers to any available information that can be accessed from free public sources or the internet. Some of the top OSINT tools are Spicy, Shodan, Spiderfoot, ReconNG, The Harvester, Maltego, SearchCode, TinEye, and Metagoofil. The other type of reconnaissance is active reconnaissance. Active reconnaissance is the opposite of passive reconnaissance, wherein the information is gathered by directly engaging with the potential target. This may be done via manual testing or automated scanning, using tools such as Nmap, Ping, Traceroute, Netcat, etc. This type of reconnaissance is faster and more accurate, but provides a higher risk of leaving footprints and/or being noticed by the targeted system. This reconnaissance is also known as rattling the doorknobs, for it is like a traditional burglar checking to see if the doorknob is unlocked. Whether the reconnaissance is active or passive, it is still an essential technique of information gathering in ethical hacking to find ways to penetrate the targeted system. In the next lesson, Sia will discuss the second phase of hacking, which is the scan and enumerate. Simulation. Passive reconnaissance. Reconnaissance is the process of gathering as much information as possible about the target. This step is very crucial as this will determine the roadmap to a successful attack. Passive reconnaissance, simulation. So let's start with passive reconnaissance. First, we will look at Shodan. Shodan. In recent attacks, threat actors have relied on open-source information like Shodan to plan and conduct cyber operations. To begin a search with Shodan, enter www.shodan.io in your browser. Here you will see Shodan is the world's first search engine for internet-connected devices. With Shodan, you can explore the Internet of Things and monitor network security. In essence, you can analyze the Internet in seconds. So let's search with Shodan. In the search bar, you can search for anything about any device. You can do a plain search like Apache. This will provide the result for any match of Apache. So, there are around 25 million matches for Apache. Let's make this search specific and search for the Apache server. The results have now decreased to 28. You can add versions to make it more specific. Similarly, you can also search for other web servers like Nginx. If you want to see any internet-connected device with SSH port open, type port:22. Next, you can search for an operating system. Windows XP has already reached its end of life, so any such device connected to the Internet is packed with many vulnerabilities. Search for OS:Windows XP. There are 400 matching results. Also, Microsoft has stopped supporting Windows 7. Search OS Windows 7. There are almost 54,000 matches. Next, you can also pull up information about any organization. For example, search org:/Microsoft and see the results. You can also search for a host name or a domain like google.com. This way you can gather much information about the target as you wish. Make your search precise to find exactly what you are looking for. Refer to documentation from Shodan to do clean searches. This will help you a lot in carrying out the next phases of the attack. Spicy. Spicy.com is another passive reconnaissance tool. To do searches with Spicy, open www.spicy.com in your browser. Spicy is a search engine to find technical information about any target. You can search for domain, IP, CVE, etc. To search for any information about the domain, click on Domain and search for the domain of your interest. If I enter google.com, Spicy will provide information relating to Google. You can see that there are not any vulnerabilities. In the left panel, you can navigate to find more information. The right panel will provide you with visual results. Now, if you want to search for any recent vulnerabilities and the vulnerable devices, choose the CVE option and enter the CVE ID. Here, CVE 2020-1472. This is a Windows 0 logon vulnerability exploited in the wild. You can see the details of the vulnerability, but no vulnerable domains or IPs were found on the internet. The CVSS of this vulnerability is 10. You can also search for CIDR. You might need to log in to see all the relevant results. This way, you can use Spicy to gather information about the target. The Harvester. The Harvester is a command line tool to gather information. This is available in Kali. To make use of the Harvester, open the terminal. Type the harvester-help. This will provide all the information required to use the Harvester. You will see the syntax to use the Harvester, information on what the Harvester is, and optional arguments required in the Harvester. So let's make use of the Harvester. Type the harvester-d Microsoft.com -1 100 B, Bing, and hit enter. Here I am searching for Bing for the first 100 results relating to Microsoft. Here, 59 hosts were found that relate to Microsoft. It also provides information about the related IP. There are different sources that you can use to do searches, like Baidu, Google, Netcraft, etc. Now let's search with Netcraft. "20 hosts were identified, which is less than with Bing. Let's see with Baidu. Just 3, which is much less. With LinkedIn, no results were seen. This way you can tune your searches and search parameters in the harvester to gather information about the target. Wireshark. Now let's look at how Wireshark is used as a passive reconnaissance tool. Right-click on your Kali box. Click on Applications. There you can see different available tools. On Sniffing and Spoofing, click on Wireshark. You will be prompted to enter the root password. Enter the password and hit Enter. Click on Shark Fin to start packet capture. Initially, there is almost no traffic. It is because I have not browsed or done anything. To start seeing packets, I will browse the internet and open google.com. Now you can see that the Wireshark contains lots of results. You can use the search bar to filter results. To look for IP address, type ip.addr equals IP and hit Enter. For example, ip.addr equals 192.168.1.65. As you type, the search bar color changes from red to green. Red indicates that the query is incorrect, while green indicates that the query is correct. Here you can see 192.1.65 either in source or destination. To search for the particular IP in source column, type ip.src equals 192.168.1.65. Now the source column contains 192.168.1.65 only. Similarly, you can add more to search. To look for particular destination IP, add and ip.dst equals 142.250.67.132. This is Google's IP. Here, we are looking for all traffic from 192.168.1.65 to Google. If you want to add more and look for traffic in a specific port, you can add a port filtering option. Here I will add tcp.dst port equals 80. I see that there is no traffic flowing to that port. Change 80 to 443. And now we see the result. This means the traffic is encrypted. Now, take this as a start and explore various tabs and functions available in Wireshark to gather information about the target. Simulation. Active reconnaissance. For active reconnaissance, we will use ping, traceroute, and nmap. Let's start with ping. Ping. Ping is one of the simple commands to find out whether the destination host is reachable or not. To carry out reconnaissance with ping, first, open terminal in your Kali box. Then type ping --help to get detailed information about the ping command. It contains various configurable options. So let's start with the basics. Type ping IP. I will type a random IP, 192.168.1.188. You can see that the host is unreachable, meaning the host is not alive. I will stop the current ping with Ctrl-Z. I will ping the Kali machine itself, running on 192.168.1.65, so I will type ping 192.168.1.65. Now you can see the result. We are getting the response. You can also ping a certain domain, like pinggoogle.com. You can also ping the local host with the command ping0. You can also specify the number of packets to send and then stop the ping command with -C option. To send 5 packets to Microsoft, type ping-c5microsoft.com. Microsoft did not accept the connection. Let's try with Google. Type ping-c5google.com. After 5 packets, the ping will stop. This way you can use ping to check whether or not the host is live. Traceroute. Traceroute is a network diagnostic command that displays the IP and host name of the machines along the route taken by the packets. To carry out reconnaissance with Traceroute, first, open Terminal in your Kali box. Then type traceroute-help to get detailed information about the traceroute command. Traceroute contains various configurable options, so let's start with the basics. Type traceroute-google.com. This will give the number of hops it took to reach the google.com server. 1, 2, 3, etc. for the route taken. The IP and possible host name is also displayed there. Also, the response time is shown in milliseconds. If you'd like to test a specific port, the -P flag can be used. So type traceroute-p53google.com to traceroute to DNS port. You may see asterisk instead, meaning that the target server did not respond in time, but this does not always indicate the packet loss. I can also traceroute to my local IPs. Type traceroute IP. In my case, 192.168.1.66. As you can see, the response time is very small. So you can use traceroute to determine how far away or near your target is. Nmap. Nmap is a powerful reconnaissance tool. This tool can be used to gather lots of information about the target. Let's see how we can use Nmap in our favor. To carry out reconnaissance with Nmap first, open Terminal in your Kali box. Then type nmap-help to get detailed information about the Nmap command. Here you can find lots of options that can be configured in Nmap to carry out network mapping activities. In its simple form, you can just type nmap IP, in my case, 192.168.1.88. You will get lots of information about the target machine. Nmap has identified quite a number of open ports, like FTP, SSH, HTTP, LDAP, etc. This information can be used to carry out other forms of attack on the target machine. Now I can add more options to get more information, such as -O. You might require root privilege to run this command. So, input sudo nmap -O 192.168.1.88. In addition to the previous result, -O returned the operating system running on the host and its MAC address as well. The operating system is identified as Microsoft Windows. In specific details, it says Microsoft Windows Server 2012 R2 and other. This information is very crucial, as we can use this information to find known vulnerabilities in such an operating system and launch an attack. You can also specify the range of IPs to scan, like nmap -O 192.168.1.60-80. This will scan all the IPs from 60 to 80. You can also launch nmap against the domain name. I will not do this as I do not have specific permission, but for example, you can use nmap google.com. This way, you can use nmap in reconnaissance activity. Scanning and enumeration. This lesson will help us understand the second phase of ethical hacking, which is scanning and enumeration. This phase includes the use of different tools, such as dialers, port scanners, network mappers, sweepers, and vulnerability scanners to examine the network. This phase aims to gather specific information such as machine names, installed operating systems, installed programs and applications, IP addresses, open ports, and user accounts. This information will help the hacker find vulnerabilities in order to gain access to the system. There are 5 steps in scanning and enumeration. First is identifying the target. The information gathered from the reconnaissance phase will be used to examine the targeted system. Next is port scanning. This is one of the most commonly used techniques to identify which services can exploit the targeted system. There are different types of port scanning. Some of the most popular ones are TCP scanning, SYN scanning, UDP scanning, ACK scanning, window scanning, and fin scanning. The goal of port scanning is to look for open ports, closed ports, and filtered ports. When a port is open, it means the target host is open for incoming TCP, UDP, or SCTP connection requests. The hacker will send a SYN packet, and the target host responds with a SYN plus ACK packet, indicating that it is listening on that port. When a port is closed, it means that when you send a SYN packet to the target host, it will respond with an RST packet. This indicates that the target host is not listening on that port. When a port is filtered, it means that a request packet has been sent, but no reply has been received. This indicates that packets passing through that port are filtered, and later on dropped by the firewall. Next is vulnerability scanning. In ethical hacking, vulnerability scanning is used to identify the weaknesses in the computer systems and network that occur due to misconfigurations. Without this, it is not possible to determine the existing vulnerabilities within the targeted system or network that can be exploited by the hacker. Next is network mapping. Nmap, or network mapping, is a port scanning tool that is commonly used by hackers to gain access to any uncontrolled ports on a system. Hackers run Nmap into the targeted system to look for vulnerabilities, and then identify how it can be exploited. Lastly is enumeration. This is the manner of establishing a connection to the targeted system to extract usernames, group names, host names, network shares, and services, IP tables and routing tables, service settings and audit configurations, application and banners, and SNMP and DNS details. NetBIOS, or Network Basic Input-Output System on TCP port 137. NetBIOS enumeration allows machines to communicate over a LAN, to share files and devices like printers, scanners, and photocopiers. SMB, or Server Message Block enumeration, is used for sharing access to files, printers, and miscellaneous communications between nodes on a network. SMB enumeration provides an authenticated inter-process communication mechanism. DNS, or Domain Name Servers, is the phone book of the Internet. DNS enumeration provides usernames, computer names, and IP addresses of the target systems. DNS zone transfer to TCP port 53 is used to replicate DNS data across some DNS servers or to back up DNS files. A user or server will perform a specific zone transfer request from a name server. NTP, or Network Time Protocol on UDP port 123. NTP enumeration helps gather information, such as a list of hosts connected to the NTP server, IP addresses, system names, and operating systems running on the client's system in a network. SNMP, or Simple Network Management Protocol, on UDP port 161. SNMP enumeration maintains and manages routers, hubs, switches, and other network devices. It is a popular protocol available on different operating systems, such as Windows Server, Linux Server, and Unix Server. SMTP, or Simple Mail Transfer Protocol on TCP port 25. SMTP enumeration allows hackers to identify valid users on the SMTP server by using built-in SMTP commands, such as VRFY for validating users, EXPN for revealing the actual delivery addresses of mailing lists, and RCPT-TO for showing the recipients of the message. Through this phase, the hacker identifies which services are visible and where the exploit is possible. In the next lesson, Sia will continue to discuss the next phase of ethical hacking that is called gaining access. Simulation, enumeration, and scanning. Enumeration. Enumeration is a technique to identify what's running on a machine. For example, learning what operating system is running on a target machine helps us know about the vulnerabilities we can target. A hacker is also interested in what service is running on which port. There are different ways of enumeration, and in this simulation, we will use Nmap, Netcat, Telnet, and curl. So let's start. Enumeration with Nmap. To enumerate with Nmap, open Terminal in your Kali box. Type nmap -lowercase s uppercase s -p port -number IP. In my case, the port is 22 and IP is 192.168.1.88. This will require the root privilege, so use sudo and enter your credential if prompted. We see that SSH port is opened, but we did not get enough information. Let's change the Nmap parameter from -lowercase s uppercase s to -lowercase s uppercase v. That is, from synscan to version scan. Here we see that OpenSSH version 8.3 is being used in port 22. We call this process as banner grabbing. Now let's change the port number to check on port 80. So port 80 is running on Microsoft IIS HTTPD 8.5. This information is very useful to create a payload to launch attacks. We can also use Nmap scripts to carry out enumeration. For this, let's see the options. Type ls-al/user/share/nmap/scripts. We see many scripts there. To specifically look for banner grab, use the grep command. Append pipe grep banner. In the above command, we see banner.nse. Let's use script to enumerate on port 80 and 22. So type sudo nmap -lowercase s uppercase v -p80, 22 script banner.nse 192.168.1.88. We will get the same information as above. Now let's enumerate using Telnet, Netcat, and curl. In the terminal, type telnet-help to know about its usage. The command looks quite simple. Next, type telnet, IP, port, and hit enter. In my case, 192.168.1.88 and 22. We see SSH-2.0-OpenSSH_8.3. The service and version is grabbed. Close the connection by using Ctrl-Z. You can achieve a similar result using Netcat. For this, type nc 192.168.1.88 22 and hit enter. To use curl, type curl-help to get the details about its usage. There are lots of options. Now let's use curl. Type curl-s-i 192.168.1.88 to extract the service and version running on the web server. DNS enumeration. We can also enumerate DNS using DNS enum. To enumerate with DNS enum, open terminal in your Kali box. Let's learn about its usage with DNS enum-help. Now type DNS enum-DNS server 8.8.8.8 Kali.org and hit enter. We want to find information about Kali.org on the DNS server. You will see the host IP, server name, mail server, and other information about Kali. DNS enumeration will also brute force to find more information about the target. Here, you can find some more hosts relating to Kali.org. Similarly, you can look for information about your targeted organization. If you want to enumerate SIA Global Security, replace Kali.org with siaglobalsecurity.com. Scanning. The first step to scan a network is to port scan to identify the services running in the targeted hosts. In scanning simulation, we will cover two things. First, we will look at how to scan a port, and second, how to actually scan a network to identify the vulnerabilities. Let's start with the port scan. To scan the port of a target host, we will use Nmap and use different scanning parameters. First, a SYN scan. Type Nmap-s IP and hit enter. It requires root privilege, so use sudo command, enter the password when prompted, and hit enter. Now you will see the number of ports open and services running on that port. You can use --s U for the UDP scan. I would want to do a TCP connect scan, so I will replace --s with --s SYN scan and TCP connect scan produced a similar result. However, we want more information, so replace --s with --v. This will show us the port and service version as well. Thus, port scanning is an important step carried out before the actual scan. Vulnerability scanning. To scan for vulnerability in the network, we can use Nmap. For this, let's look into available options with Nmap-help. There you can see Script Scan. This means that Nmap accepts scripts. Let's see what scripts are available in Nmap that could help us scan the target machine. Type ls-user/share/nmap/scripts and hit Enter. We see the list of scripts. Here we are particularly interested in vulners.nse. This can be used to scan the target. Next, type the command sudo nmap-v. Before we do this, let's see the usage with script. Type nmap-help. We see that different options can be set. We can specify a specific port and scan order. We can provide a range of ports too. Also, we can exclude ports. For the service version, we can use -v option, and then we can use script to scan the target. Now let's type sudo nmap-v-p22. Okay, not only 22, but the whole known port. So, -p0-1024, then -script vulners.nse 192.168.1.88. It will take several minutes to get the result. In the result, you can see that FTP port is not vulnerable, but SSH port is. CVE-2008-3844 with CVSS score of 9.3. This is a critical vulnerability. Also, another critical vulnerability exists in port 80 with CVSS score 10. We can browse the vulnerability too and get to know the details. So, vulnerability in SSH could potentially host Trojan horse. We can get other details like vendor and product. Let's go back and explore Microsoft IIS vulnerability. The CVSS score is 10, and it exists in certain ActiveX. Next, you can copy the CVE and search on the web. nvd.nist.gov provides several details about the vulnerability. This way, you can use Nmap to scan your network and identify vulnerabilities before attackers do. Gaining access. This lesson will help us understand the third phase of ethical hacking, known as gaining access. This is the phase where the actual ethical hacking takes place. The system weaknesses or vulnerabilities found in phases 1 and 2 were exploited by the hacker to obtain access to the system. This involves attacking one device and controlling it to perform another attack on another device connected in the same network. One example of exploiting the system is through phishing. The hacker may send a phishing email using the hiring manager's legitimate email address to ask new employees to log into a new portal. This will allow the hacker to collect the employee's login credentials. By this time, the hacker is already running the SET, or social engineering toolkit, and has sent an email to users using the server address being masked by the URL shortener, such as bit.ly or tinyURL. Another example of exploiting the system is by using Metasploit to create a reverse TCP IP shell in a PDF. Metasploit is a toolkit containing different modules that have pre-packaged exploits for a variety of vulnerabilities. Metasploit provides the hacker a higher chance of breaking into a wide range of vulnerable devices. A hacker can also perform a brute force attack using a Metasploit. A brute force attack is a popular hacking method. The hacker automates all of the possible combinations of letters, numbers, special characters, and small and capital letters in the hopes of guessing the password or passphrase correctly. A brute force attack has a high probability of success, but it requires a lot of time and a high processing power system to process all of the permutations and combinations faster. Metasploit can also be used in obtaining privilege escalation. This is a technique of getting privileged access to unauthorized resources. It happens when a hacker exploits a bug in a system to obtain access to confidential data, and then continues with privilege escalation attacks to gain more control. This attack's ultimate goal is to steal sensitive data, install malware, and exert potential damage to the system. Other exploits can occur offline or over a LAN, such as the stack-based buffer overflows, denial of service or DOS, distributed denial of service or DDoS, and session hijacking. This will be discussed in detail in the next lessons. If an attack is successful, the hacker now has access to the targeted system, applications, network, and has escalated their user privileges to control the systems connected to it. Once the hacker has control over the system, they will be able to violate confidentiality, integrity, or availability. In the next lesson, Sia will discuss the fourth phase of hacking, which is maintaining the access. Simulation. Gaining access with brute force attack. In this simulation, we will look at two different methods to gain access to the system. First, with the use of a brute force attack, and second is the privilege escalation technique. Brute force attack. A hacker can also perform a brute force attack using a different tool. We will specifically simulate Medusa and Metasploit. Brute force attack with Medusa. To brute force attack using Medusa, first open the terminal in your Kali box. In the terminal, type Medusa-help to get the details about the command and know about its usage. You can see that there are various parameters you can pass to the command, so let's get started. Type Medusa-H. Then your target machine IP. In my case, it is 192.168.1.88. Now you need to specify user information. To take input from file, type -u. Then I'll need the path of the file. For this simulation, I have created a folder named Brute Force in the desktop. Inside this folder, there are two files, namely password.txt and username.txt. Username contains a list of users. The password contains a list of the most used passwords. We are going to make use of these two files in the attack. Now, after -u, type the path for username. Here, it is /desktop/bruteforce/username.txt. Then type -p. And then the path of the password file, /desktop/bruteforce/password.txt. Next, type -M and module. I will use SSH. Then type -N and port number of SSH, that is 22. Now hit Enter. Medusa will now check each password against each username mentioned in those files. After complete, you notice that there is one success. This means that the brute force is successful. Now you can explore the Medusa command and test with different usernames, modules, and other parameters. Next, I tried Telnet. However, the connection is unreachable, which means that the port is not opened. Now let's see what other ports are open in the machine. Type nmap-pn 192.168.1.88 to see the open ports. I see that port 21 is open. Let's try that. You need to remember that the correct module and port number need to be specified for the attack to work correctly. Brute force attack with Metasploit. To execute a brute force attack using Metasploit, first open the terminal in your Kali box. To run Metasploit, we must first start PostgreSQL server. So type sudo service PostgreSQL start. Enter your credentials when prompted. Now type MSF console to start the Metasploit framework. You can see that the number of exploits, auxiliary, and payloads are available. We will make use of auxiliary here. First, let's check what auxiliary is available to us. So, open another terminal and type ls-al/user/share/metasploit-framework/scripts and see what's in there. We see Meterpreter, shell, etc. This is not what we wanted. Let's see what's inside Metasploit-framework. This is the list we wanted. We need to use modules, so go to Modules. Inside Module, we see the auxiliary. So type ls-al/user/share/metasploit-framework/modules/auxiliary. Then type ls-al/user/share/metasploit-framework modules/auxiliary/scanner to see the list of all the scanners that are available. Brute force means we need to scan on a specific port. SSH is one option. Inside SSH, we see ssh_login.rb that we can use. Also, an FTP scanner is available, so there are different scanners we can try. Now let's get back to the Metasploit console and try brute force with FTP. Type use auxiliary/scanner/ftp/ftp_login and hit enter. Then type show options. This will list options available to scan the target. The target port is 21 for FTP. Next, you need to set the R hosts, which is the target host you want to brute force. So type set R hosts IP, in my case, 192.168.1.88. Then set the password file. pass_file. Type set pass_file, file location. I have the list of passwords and usernames inside the desktop folder named brute force. So type the path as desktop/bruteforce/password.txt. Next, set the username as set user_file desktop/bruteforce username.txt. Now to verify the target information, type show options. Then type exploit and hit enter. You will now see login successful among many failed login attempts. This shows that the brute force attempt is successful. Simulation. Gaining access with privilege escalation. Privileged escalation is the act of exploiting a vulnerability in a system to gain elevated access to normally protected resources from an application or user. There are different tools you can use to gain elevated access. In this simulation, we will look at the exploitation of the recent vulnerability in the Windows operating system that allowed attackers to gain administrator access in no time. This vulnerability is widely known as zero logon and gives an elevated privilege to a domain controller. This means we need to have a domain controller in our environment. So, this simulation is divided into two parts. First, we will learn how to create a domain controller, and second, we attack the vulnerable Windows domain controller. So let's get started. How to set up a domain controller. Open Windows Server 2012 R2, and on your Server Manager, click on Manage. Then click on Add Roles and Features. Then click on Next, Next, and Next again. Now we will add domain server roles. So select Active Directory Domain Services. The prompt will ask you to add some features. Here, click on Add Features, and then click on Next. Again, click on Next and Next. Now, select Restart the destination server automatically if required, and click on Yes when prompted. Then click on Install to begin the installation process. When the installation completes, click on Close. Next, click on the notification flag and click on Promote this server to Domain Controller. Deployment configuration will start. Select Add a new forest and enter the root domain. I would like to name it as sia.local. Then click on Next. Now enter and verify the password and click Next. Again, click on Next. Next, you can change the NetBIOS domain if you want. Else, click on Next for default. Click on Next again. In Review Options, click on Next. The prerequisite check will initiate. When all prerequisite check is successful, click on Install. Next, the computer will restart. You have successfully created a domain controller. Privilege escalation using Microsoft Zero Logon vulnerability. Let's first search for Zero Logon. So, Google Zero Logon. You will notice the Microsoft security updates for CVE 2020-1472. Click on that link. You will see CVE 2020-1472, Net Logon Elevation of Privilege Vulnerability. Microsoft mentions that it is an elevation of privilege vulnerability, and any attacker who successfully exploited the vulnerability could run a specially crafted application on a device on the network. Let's see more news related to Zero Logon. Let's click on Attackers Exploiting Zero Logon News. Here, Microsoft mentions that attackers have included Zero Logon into their playbook and have already brought this vulnerability in the game. Therefore, it is recommended that any Zero Logon vulnerability needs to be patched immediately. There are many exploits available for this vulnerability. Let's simulate. For this, open https://github.com/risksense/zerologon. This repo provides an exploit for Zero Logon. We will make use of the information provided in this link to carry out an attack. We need to get this Zero Logon script to our Kali box, so let's open the terminal. Also, let's copy the link to this repository. Now, in the terminal, enter git clone, https://github.com/ cd/risksense/0logon to clone this repo. Now navigate to the 0logon folder with cd 0logon. Then enter this command. Python 3 set _empty _pw.py. Now we need to enter the NetBIOS name and IP address of the target host. Let's find this information. You should log on to your Windows server. Then click on Start and right-click on this PC. Then click on Properties. Now check the computer name and domain information. We will need this. Next, click on PowerShell and type ipconfig/all. Then, take into account the IPv4 address. Let's go back to Kali. Now, type the NetBIOS name and IP, in my case, CyberLab and 192.168.1.90. The command will execute, and on successful execution, we see success. DC should now have the empty string as its machine password. Let's proceed. Type secretsdump.py and hit enter. Command not found. This means that I do not have the necessary package. Let's check the link. So we need impacket. To get the impacket, click on Impacket. Now let's copy the link. Then navigate to the root folder with cd. To install impacket, first install Python 3-pip using sudo apt install python 3-pip. Enter the credential when prompted, then press Y when required. Now navigate to opt using cd, then clone the Impacket repo using sudo git clone, https github.com/risksense/0logon. Navigate to the Impacket folder using cd Impacket. Then install the setup file using sudo python3 setup.py install. Now let's start at first. Go to the root folder and then to 0logon. Then enter python3 set _empty _pw.py cyberlab 192.168.1.90. Next, enter secretsdump.py and use -just-dc option. Then follow domain/netbios _name /$IP. In my case, SIA/cyberlab $192.168.1.90. So the complete command will look as secretsdump.py -just-dc SIA/cyberlab $192.168.1.90. It asks for the password, and the password is an empty string, so hit enter. Now you will see the password hashes. Copy the password hash for the administrator. Next, we will use wmi-exec.py. You can see usage methods for this script. Since we have copied administrator hash, -hashes option should be used next. Then type wmi-exec.py -hashes hash domain/user. In my case, SIA/administrator at 192.168.1.90. You can now see that you have received the command prompt of the Windows server with admin access. This is critical because you can do everything with elevated privilege. To check on the username, type whoami.cia/administrator. Then, check the host name with the host name command, Cyberlab. This completes the simulation for privilege escalation. Maintaining access. This lesson will help us understand the fourth phase of ethical hacking, which is maintaining access. In this phase, the hacker will secure his or her access to the system with the aim of maintaining it for a longer time for future exploitation and additional attack purposes. This compromised system is referred to as a zombie system. It is called this because the computer's legitimate owner does not know the computer has already been compromised. In order to keep the access and maintain undetected for a longer time, the hacker must remain invisible to the host system to avoid getting caught. Hackers may do this by using tools such as backdoors, rootkits, and other malicious software. Hackers may hide backdoors in a pirated software application and install it to the computer to gain repetitive access. Backdoors fall under the Trojan category and are defined as any method that allows a hacker to bypass the computer or device's security measures. A Trojan is a malicious software pretending to be a safe program or application used to deliver malware, steal sensitive information, or open up a backdoor to your system. One example of Trojans replicating themselves to infect other systems is the Emotet banking Trojan. Emotet made its first appearance in 2014 through malicious or spam emails. Emotet steals sensitive information with functionality to spread and infect other computers connected in a network, without being noticed by anti-malware programs. Since then, it has become a courier for other forms of malware. Hackers may also install rootkits deep inside the targeted computer to obtain full administrative access. A rootkit is malicious software designed to give continued privileged access to a hacker over a host computer or a system, while remaining undetected or hidden. Once the rootkit has been installed, it will allow the hacker to remotely execute files as well as change the system configurations on the computer. This can give hackers easy access to the host computer and make it easy for them to steal the user's personal information. Trojans gain access at the application level, while rootkits gain access at the operating system level. Both Trojans and rootkits require users to install them locally. Maintaining access is vital for hackers, especially if they cannot steal all the information they needed all at once. In the next lesson, Sia will discuss the fifth and last phase of hacking, which is clearing or covering the tracks. Simulation. Maintaining access. Maintaining access is an important step in hacking. There are different ways to achieve and maintain persistence in the machine you've compromised. In this simulation, we will learn different ways to achieve persistence. Using schedule task for persistence. In the last simulation of privilege escalation, we have successfully compromised a Windows Server 2021 R2 by exploiting zero logon vulnerability. Let's continue to use this to maintain access. Here we have the admin access to the server and can perform any task with administrative privilege. Let's check all the processes that are running using the task list command. So you can see that there are some processes running. Now let's create a scheduled task to run at a specific time. For this, let's check for the task schedule syntax. Type stasks /?. Stacks allows an administrator to create, delete, query, change, run, and end scheduled tasks on a local or remote system. To get help to create a task, type stacks/create /?. You can see various options that can be used with the Create option. We will now create a scheduled task named Windows Backdoor to run every day at 10 a.m. When this task executes, it opens a notepad. Obviously, Notepad is not a backdoor, but this is an example of how we can create a backdoor to run a process. You can change the notepad to run the Trojan of your choice. So the command to create a query will be stacks/create and then /sc daily to schedule every day. Then type the name of the task as /tn Windows Backdoor. Next, /tr and path of the executable C:\Windows\system /32\notepad.exe. Now schedule time is set to 10 by /st 10 o'clock. The scheduled task is created successfully. Now every day at 10 a.m., this task will execute the notepad. Next, you can also use the administrator access to install the Trojan in the machine. In many cases, Trojan is sent to the victim using phishing emails. Let's assume that you already have the required Trojan somewhere in the system. Let's first find the Trojan malware by navigating to a different directory. We will first see what is inside the administrator with cd users\administrator and using dir command. Here, we can see that there is a folder named malware samples. Let's navigate there using cd malware samples and dir. There is a binaries directory. Now, cd binaries and dir. Here, you can see many malware samples like LokiBot, CryptBot, some ransomware, etc. Also, Emotet. If we want to execute this Trojan, first we need to find the executable. Let's use cd Emotet and dir. Inside Emotet folder, we can see there are many files with hash-like names. Also, there is an executable named Emotet .exe. We can execute this by directly giving the name emotet.exe and hit enter. We will not execute this Trojan for now as we do not want to create a backdoor at the moment. Next, we will show you how you can get the malware samples for Trojan and rootkit. Please note that this is purely intended for educational purposes, and CIA strongly advises you not to use it for any malicious intent. Where we can find and download malware samples. We can find many malware samples in the GitHub repository. For research and educational purpose, cybersecurity enthusiasts provide free access to it. One such example is https github.com/JSTROSC h/malware-samples. Here you can see the binaries which contain the collection of many malware. If you want to download all of these malware, you can clone the repo or click on code and download the zip file. Here I have downloaded it already. Navigate to the binaries, and then to Emotet, or any other malware samples. Inside each of the malware samples, you will see the hash-like file name. You can rename the file to end with .exe extension, and then install the malware. For example, I have changed one of the file name to emotet.exe. Next is rootkit. Hackers primarily use a rootkit to hide malware samples. You can also find the rootkit samples in the GitHub and download the binaries to use for educational purposes. Warning again. Please don't use this for malicious purposes. apt backdoor PowerShell script for persistence. In this simulation, we will show the use of a PowerShell script to maintain persistence in the system. This script is an example of apt29's fileless WMI and PowerShell backdoors. It uses Windows Management Instrumentation, WMI, which is a very powerful local and remote system management infrastructure. For this simulation, we've modified the script to suit our needs, but the concept is basically the same as used by the threat actor. In this script, the event filter is designed to trigger between 200 and 320 seconds after system startup. When executed, the event consumer executes a notepad. It, however, requires admin access. For the purpose of this simulation, Notepad is set as an executable. Threat actors obviously won't be using Notepad, but a powerful application to meet their needs. Queries, event filters, event consumer, and WMI command is set in the query as shown. We will not go into the details of other parts in the script. Let's save this script as a PowerShell script with a .psl extension. Let's name this script backdoorscript.psl and save it in desktop. Open the PowerShell and go to the desktop where our script is located. Use cd./desktop. Next, execute the script. For this, type backdoorscript.psl and hit enter. You will see various parameters, which indicate that the script was executed successfully. Now let's restart the computer. The script is set to trigger and execute notepad.exe within 200 to 320 seconds after the system is rebooted. Let's monitor the process that is running. We can monitor the process using Process Explorer and Task Manager too. Let's check the time as well. The system is up for around 4 minutes. Now the notepad will execute any time. You can see that the notepad process is running now. The threat actors have created the script such that the notepad runs stealthily. You will not see the notepad in the UI, but only in the running process list. This is one of the methods being used by the threat. Clearing or covering tracks. This lesson will help us understand the fifth and last phase of ethical hacking, which is the clearing or covering tracks. Once the hacker has secured the needed access and privileges, the hacker will then start removing or covering his or her tracks. This phase is like a criminal removing or wiping all of their fingerprints off at a crime scene. Some of the techniques used during this phase are steganography, tunneling protocols, and altering log files. Steganography is simply the technique of hiding information from unwanted eyes. It is the practice of hiding information within an ordinary file or message to avoid suspicion. Hackers often use steganography to embed malicious code inside a WAV audio file. In this phase, the hacker will take necessary steps to delete and hide any hacking traces to avoid detection by the user or IT security personnel, to avoid legal action. Some of these steps are done by clearing the cache and cookies of used web browsers, deleting temporary files, deleting sent emails, deleting all email notifications of authorized and unauthorized logins, tampering and clearing out the server logs or intrusion detection system, IDS, alarms, and closing all of the used and open ports. Keep in mind that any changes made, such as the installed Trojans, backdoors, and the escalated privilege authorizations, must be hidden. These steps are essential because it clears all the hacking information from the systems, making it harder to track. In the next lesson, Sia will help you become aware of the current top 10 security vulnerabilities. Simulation. Clearing or covering tracks. The fifth phase of ethical hacking is clearing or covering tracks. Most often, attackers use log clearing as a way to cover their tracks. So in this simulation, we will look into how we can clear logs in Linux and Windows operating system. First, let's see how to clear logs in Linux-based system. In your Kali Linux, open Terminal. In Linux, logs are stored in /var/log/. So navigate to this folder using command cd/var/log/. Now, enter ls command to list all the log files. Here you can see some of the most important log files, like auth.log, kern.log, macchanger.log, etc. These logs are critical when carrying out forensic analysis. Let's view the content of some. To open auth.log, type nano auth.log. I see permission denied. As it requires root privilege, let's use sudo command. Now you will see lots of information relating to authentication like session open, close, etc. To open kern.log, type sudo nano kern.log. This file stores kernel logs and warning data. Most often, it is used for troubleshooting. Now, to delete the file, you can use sudo rm-f, name of log file. This is too simple. When attackers delete something, they make sure that it is not recoverable. So, rm-f is not an option. There is another way to delete files so that it won't be recovered. Use shred command. To know more about shred, type shred-help. Shred overwrites the file repeatedly so that recovering lost data is much harder. There are various arguments that you can use with shred as shown. Let's clear logs with shred. Sudo shred-vfzu auth.log. You can now see that auth.log is removed. Follow a similar process for kern.log and other log that you might want to delete. Now you can see that the auth and kern log is no more. Attackers are not done yet. There is another file that needs to be deleted. This is the file that stores all the commands executed during attack. The name of that file is bash_history. Type cd and enter to get to the root folder. Then type sudo nano ~/.bash_history. There you can see list of all the commands. To delete this as well, follow a similar process. Type shred-vfzu ~/.bash_history. You have successfully deleted the required log files. Now let's see how to clear logs in the Windows system. In your Windows system, click on Start and Search and open Event Viewer. On the left-hand panel, you will see Windows logs. Click on the drop-down arrow. You can see different types of Windows logs, such as application, security, setup, etc. To manually delete logs, click on the log file you want to delete, then click on Clear Log. Then click on Clear when prompted. This will delete your log file. However, the manual option is not the easiest way for any attacker to carry out the log clearing options. Attackers are always looking for scripting option, so you can use PowerShell to clear logs in Windows operating system. For this, open your PowerShell as an administrator. Then type wevtutil el rod for each .object. Brace, WEVTUTIL, CL, open quote, $_ close quote, close brace, and hit enter. Wait a few minutes. Now open Event Viewer again and check the log files. You will see that there is only one event now, which relates to the log clear. This shows that you have successfully deleted all logs from the system.
The Open Web Application Security Project, or OWASP, is a nonprofit foundation dedicated to providing unbiased, practical, and cost-effective information about application security. OWASP encourages everyone to participate and contribute to the online community to continue producing tools, documents, videos, presentations, and chapters that are free and open to anyone interested in improving application security. OWASP's Top 10 Security Vulnerabilities provides a ranking of the top 10 most critical web application security risks. It offers insights to developers and security professionals on the most prevalent vulnerabilities that are commonly found in web applications, so they may incorporate the report's findings and recommendations into their security practices. This list started in 2003 and is updated every 2 to 3 years, with the latest in 2017. But what are the latest OWASP Top 10 security vulnerabilities? And how can these vulnerabilities be mitigated? Sia will answer that in our next section.
Knowing the top 10 security vulnerabilities. This lesson will bring awareness to the top 10 most critical security risks and vulnerabilities to web applications. The first security risk is injection. Injection vulnerabilities occur when a hacker sends untrusted data to a code interpreter, with the intention of making it do something it was not supposed to do. It can result in data loss, corrupted files, confidential information leakage, denial of access, or worse, a complete takeover. Injection flaws are commonly found in SQL, LDAP, XPath, NoSQL, OS commands, XML parsers, SMTP headers, expression languages, EL, and object relational mapping, ORM, queries. SQL injection is one of the most common website security vulnerabilities. The hacker injects malicious SQL code or query into the user input form to manipulate and control the database, allowing them to access and delete, modify information, and change other applications' behavior. These injection attacks can be prevented by doing a source code validation or review. This will allow you to determine the injection flaws and mitigate them before deploying the code into production. The second security risk is broken authentication. A broken authentication vulnerability allows hackers to compromise an account that can be used to take control of the system. This happens when certain applications related to authentication and session management are incorrectly implemented in the system. This will allow hackers to compromise account credentials, keys, and session tokens, leading to identity theft. These broken authentication vulnerabilities can be mitigated by using authentication methods such as multi-factor authentication, MFA, or two-factor authentication, 2FA. Another way is by not using the default credentials and by not allowing repeated invalid login attempts. The third security risk is sensitive data exposure. Sensitive data exposure happens when an application fails to secure the stored or in-transit sensitive information, such as account credentials, credit card numbers, social security numbers, financial and healthcare information, and other personally identifiable information, PII, against hackers. The risks of sensitive data exposure can be minimized by making sure that all data at rest and in transit are well encrypted with strong standard algorithms and uses up-to-date protocols such as Transport Layer Security, TLS, with perfect forward secrecy, PFS, ciphers. Another way is to disable the caching, or the process of storing data temporarily to speed up future requests. Fourth security risk is XML external entities, XEE. An extensive markup language, or XML external entity attack, is an exploit against an application that parses an XML input from an untrusted source due to a misconfigured XML parser. When a weakly configured XML parser processes this malicious input, it allows the hacker to access protected files and services from servers or connected networks. These XEE attacks can be minimized by using a less complicated type of format, such as JSON, upgrading or patching XML libraries, and disabling XML external entities in all XML applications. The fifth security risk is broken access control. Broken access control happens when restrictions to unauthorized users are improperly configured or enforced. This vulnerability permits hackers to bypass authentication and operate as if they are the system administrator. This will give them access to unauthorized functionality or information, such as viewing sensitive data and modifying user accounts and access rights. These broken access controls can be avoided by using authorization tokens that must be invalidated on the server after every session, implementing access control mechanisms and reusing them throughout the application, rate limiting API and controller access to minimize automated attacks, disabling web server directory listing and ensuring file metadata, as well as backup files, are not present within web routes, implementing deny by default, which means all traffic is set to be denied or dropped unless specifically allowed. The sixth security risk is security misconfiguration. Security misconfiguration is the failure to properly implement all the security controls for a server or web application. This vulnerability allows the hacker to use the default username and password of the system, which may lead to a data breach. These security misconfigurations can be detected by using automated scanners. These automated scanners are useful for detecting misconfigurations, default accounts, and unnecessary services. After securely configuring the applications, they must be upgraded or patched in a timely manner. The seventh security risk is cross-site scripting, or XSS. Cross-site scripting, or XSS flaws occur whenever an application allows users to add custom code that includes data from untrusted sources without proper validation. Hackers inject malicious script on a victim's system by hiding it within legitimate requests. Hackers can also bypass authentication mechanisms, gain privileges, and then inject malicious scripts into specific web pages. These malicious scripts can hijack user sessions, deface websites, or redirect the user to malicious sites. Minimizing cross-site scripting flaws includes escaping suspicious HTTP requests, validating or sanitizing user-generated content, and enabling Content Security Policy, CSP, as an added layer of in-depth defense in mitigating XSS. Furthermore, using modern web development frameworks like React.js and Ruby on Rails also provides some built-in cross-site scripting protection. The eighth security risk is insecure deserialization. This vulnerability targets web applications that frequently serialize and deserialize data. Serialization means taking objects from the application code and converting them into a format that can be used for another purpose. Deserialization is the opposite of serialization. It converts serialized data back into the objects the application can use. Insecure deserialization is a result of deserializing data from untrusted sources, which can lead to DDoS attacks and remote code execution attacks. These can be also used to perform attacks, including replay attacks, injection attacks, and privilege escalation attacks. Monitoring deserialization, implementing integrity checks, and isolating and running code in a low-privilege environment can minimize insecure deserialization. Another way is to completely avoid deserialization of data from untrusted sources. The ninth security risk is using components with known vulnerabilities. As the name itself, it describes an application that is built and run using components that contain known vulnerabilities. Hackers can identify weak components by scanning or performing manual analysis. These vulnerabilities can be checked on exploit sites, such as Exploit Database, https www.exploit-db.com. Security Focus, http www.securityfocus.com. And Zero Day Initiative, http zerodayinitiative.com. Hackers can also use vulnerability scanning tools such as Nessus and GFI LandGuard to identify the existing vulnerable components. If a vulnerable component is identified, the hacker customizes an exploit and executes the attack. If an attack is successful, it can cause serious data breach and loss of access over servers. Removing unused components as well as ensuring that they are up to date and from trusted sources can minimize the risk of running components with known vulnerabilities. The 10th security risk is insufficient logging and monitoring. Insufficient logging and monitoring refers to the scenario where the detection software either does not record the malicious event or ignores the event's important details. Insufficient logging and monitoring, with missing or ineffective integration with incident response, allows hackers to attack the systems further, maintain persistence, and tamper with, extract, or destroy data. To guarantee that a website is secure, frequent logging and monitoring activities should be performed. Failure to adequately log and monitor a website leaves it vulnerable to more severe compromising activities. In the next lesson, Sia will discuss elaborate malware and its other attacks, such as Trojans, viruses and worms, botnet, logic bombs, ransomware, and DOS attack. Simulation. Downloading and installing OWASP Web Application Project. Note: I am using the Firefox browser. The process I described to download the OWASP broken web applications might slightly differ in other browsers, but the actual experience should be similar. OWASP Broken Web Applications Project is a collection of vulnerable web applications available for testing on a virtual machine. To download OWASP Broken Web Application, first, visit the official website of OWASP, i.e., https www.owasp.org. Then, click on Projects. Next, scroll down and you will find a list of many projects. Since we want to download a project for web application, so press Ctrl F and type web application and look for OWASP Broken Web Applications. You will find it under Projects Needing Website Update. Click on OWASP Broken Web Applications. Here you will see that OWASP has migrated the content. Next, click on Found Here to navigate to the historical content. On the landing page, scroll down and click on Download the latest release. You will now be directed to the SourceForge website. Then, click on Download latest version. Next, check on Save File and click OK. This will start the download. Once you have successfully downloaded the installer for the project, let's proceed with the installation of the web application inside the VirtualBox. First, double-click on OWASP_broken_web_VM_1.27z to extract virtual machine files. This may take several minutes. After the extraction is complete, you will see number of VMDK files. Out of all the files, OWASP Broken Web apps-cl1.vmdk is the file we need. Next, open the VirtualBox. Click on Tools, and then click New. Then, choose the name. I choose OWASP-B Web App. Next, choose Type as Linux and version as Ubuntu 64-bit. Then click Continue. Next, click Continue to select the default memory size. VirtualBox will ask you to create a virtual hard disk. Here, check on Use an existing virtual hard disk file and click on the folder icon. Then click on Add. Next, from the list of OWASP Broken Web Apps VM, select OWASP Broken Web Apps-cl1.vmdk and click Open. Then click Choose and click Create. Now, right-click on OWASP-B Web App and click on Setting. Then, click on Network. Next, in Attached to, click on Host Only Adapter. Then click on OK. Now double-click on OWASP-B Web App to run the web application project. After some time, you will be asked to log in. Use username as root and hit Enter. In password, type OWASP-BWA and hit Enter. Now can you see? You can access the web apps at http 192.168.56.103. This is the URL you can use to access the OWASP web application. Different IP might be allocated to you, so be careful. Next, go to your browser and type the URL as mentioned above. In my case, http 192.168.56.103. Now you can see the OWASP Broken Web Applications project. There are many projects you can play around. Simulation. Cross-site scripting attack reflected. We will look at two types of cross-site scripting attack, namely reflected and stored. First, let's simulate reflected cross-site scripting attack. First, go to your browser and type the URL of your OWASP Broken Web Applications. In my case, http 192.168.56.103. Next, click on BWAP. If you are asked for the credentials input, b/bug, and choose Low Security Level. Now you will see the list of bugs you can exploit. We will start with the cross-site scripting XSS reflected attack. So click on drop-down menu in Choose Your Bug and select Cross-Site Scripting-Reflected, GET. Then click on Hack. Here you will see the box to enter the first name and the last name. Let's see what happens when we just enter the name. I choose Harry as first name and Potter as the last name. So the output is Welcome Harry Potter. Now I will try to see if we can inject some script in the input. So first name is Harry, and in the last name, I will inject script as Potter, script, alert, parentheses 1, script, /script, and click on Go. Here I can see that the 1 is being reflected in the browser. This shows that this website is vulnerable to cross-site scripting reflected attack. Now we can try and play with other scripting tags. Next, first name is Harry, and in the last name, Potter, script, alert, parentheses, you've been warned, /script. Will reflect the text, "You've been warned" back. This also indicates that I can modify output as per my need. To output the first name in bold character, input B, Harry/B. And last name Potter. So the output has Harry in bold. Now you can play around with the input parameters. Let's also look at another reflected attack. In Choose Your Bug, select Cross-Site Scripting -Reflected Post and click on Hack. Here you will see the box to enter the first name and the last name. Let's see what happens when we just inject some script in the first name. So in first name, enter script alert, parentheses, quote, Harry, close quote, close parentheses, /script. And last name Potter. Click on Go. You will see that the text Harry will be reflected in your browser. This experiment shows that the website is vulnerable to cross-site reflected attack, and the user can manipulate input to change the output. There are other cross-site attacks you can try. Simulation. Cross-site scripting attack stored. Second, let's simulate stored cross-site scripting attack. First, go to your browser and type the URL of your OWASP broken web applications. In my case, http:192.168.56.103. Then, click on BWAP, If you are asked for the credentials input, b/bug, and choose low security level. Now you will see the list of bugs you can exploit. For cross-site scripting, XSS, stored attack, click on drop-down menu in Choose Your Bug and select Cross-Site Scripting -stored (blog). Then click on Hack. You will see one bug and the Submit button. Let's just type some text. "This is a test," and click Submit button. We see that anything that is typed in the box will be saved as a table. Now let's see if we can inject some scripts there. So type XSS on mouse leave equals quote alert (1) close parentheses close quote text /XSS and click Submit. Test is now saved in the table. When you bring your mouse on test and leave, alert will be seen in the screen. This is an example of stored cross-site scripting. Let's try more. Type A on mouse over equals quote alert parentheses document.cookie close parentheses close quote free MacBook Pro /A. Here, the stored script is designed to steal your cookie, which is a very valuable piece of information. Another example, type A href equals # on click equals quote window.open parentheses single quote google.com close single quote parentheses close quote XSS/A and hit Submit. Now when we click on XSS, it will take us to google.com. Google is okay, but attackers can use this technique to redirect to a malicious website. Simulation: error-based SQL injection attack. There are basically 3 types of SQL injection attack, namely error-based, union, and blind. In this simulation, we will look at error-based SQL injection attack. On your BWAP, click on drop-down menu in Choose Your Bug and select SQL Injection Search/Get. Then click on Hack. You will see Search for a movie. I don't know the list of movies in the table, so I will search for one movie named Inception. I see no movies were found. Next, I will search for Spider-Man. Again, not in the list. Then Dark Knight. Thankfully, this is in the list. I see title, character, etc. Since I am trying for error-based SQL inject, I will add extra quote after Dark Knight. Here I get an error message. Part of the error message says, the right syntax to use near % at line 1. In SQL, % means like character. This means the search uses a like operator to find the match. Let me again search for Dark Knight. Here the movie starts with the word. Now, if I search for the, I get the list of all movies that contain the. Next, let's try more. Type quoted or 1 equals to 1 space dash dash space. The famous SQL injection command. Hit search. This will give me the list of all movies. This indicates that the site is vulnerable to SQL injection attack. To validate the list of movies and see other database information in BWAP, type http://192.168.56.130/php myadmin in a new tab. When prompted to enter credentials, enter username, root, password, OWASP-BWA. On the left panel, you can see different available databases. Since we are working on BWAP, click on BWAP. Here you will see the list of various tables, like blog, heroes, movies, etc. Browse the Movies table. You will now see the list of all movies available in that database. If you compare this table and the table we extracted with SQL injection, you can see the exact match. There are different options in this admin access. You can navigate and check those too.
Malware has always been a major threat in the field of information security. In fact, it has been used as a profitable business for legal and illegal activity. Even though there are a lot of efforts to counter existing malware, another one comes along. It's as if there's a cycle that after solving specific malware, a new form will be detected. This is the reason why anti-malware programs play a great part in information security. As we all know, malware or malicious software is software designed to harm and damage a computer system for fraudulent activities, such as financial and identity theft, sabotage, and espionage. Malware has different types of attacks. In the next lesson, Sia will define malware attacks. What are they? How dangerous are they? How can these attacks be prevented? So what are we waiting for? Let us now proceed in the next section.
Trojans. In this lesson, Sia will discuss what Trojan malware is and how we can avoid it. The word Trojan was named after a classical Greek mythology story in which a Trojan horse was used as a gift to win the Trojan War. In the story, Greek soldiers built a Trojan horse and hid inside it. It was then sent as a gift to the people of Troy. By nightfall, Greek soldiers attacked Troy from the inside, which led to their victory. This is also how a Trojan works. Trojans only differ from computer viruses and worms since it cannot self-replicate. A Trojan is a type of malware in which it disguises itself as something that it isn't. Trojans often masquerade as a legitimate application, file, or seemingly harmless program to trick its victims into installing it. Once installed or activated, Trojans can authorize hackers to spy, steal personal information, delete or modify important files, disable antivirus and firewalls, and gain backdoor access to the victim's computer system. Fraudulent activities include deleting, modifying, or copying data and disruption of the computer's performance and networks. One popular example of Trojan happened in mid-2002. A hacker claimed to provide PC users an application to run games designed for the Microsoft Xbox gaming system on their computers. When users ran the program, it simply didn't work. However, it inserted a value into the Windows registry that caused a specific web page to open each time the computer booted. The Trojan creators hoped to cash in on the advertising revenue generated by the large number of page views their website received from the Xbox Trojan horses. Trojans can be prevented by the following: avoid visiting unsecured websites, avoid opening suspicious links and attachments from unknown email sources, avoid downloading cracked or free applications software from an untrusted website, continually upgrade and update firewalls, IDS, and antivirus programs with the latest patches and signatures. Always run a periodic scan with the installed antivirus program. Continually update the operating system, OS, of the computer. Always check the startup programs and running processes to see any running malicious files. Always back up the important files. Use complex passwords or multi-factor authentication to all of your accounts. In the next lesson, we will continue on discussing the other types of malware, which are virus and worm. Viruses and worms. In this lesson, Sia will discuss what are computer viruses, computer worms, and their differences. There is a common misconception that all malware is a virus. Those who are not familiar with the terms, or those who are not inclined to cybersecurity, automatically tag other malware as a virus. To put it to an end, all computer viruses are malware, but not all malware is a virus. A virus is a type of malware that self-replicates by copying itself into another program or file with the help of human interaction. It is designed to delete or corrupt programs and files, slow down the machine, and infect other computers connected to the same network. A worm is a type of malware that replicates, executes, and spreads across network connections. But unlike a computer virus, it does not need the help of human interaction. It is designed to consume all available computing resources, causing network, web, and individual computer systems to become overloaded and stop responding. Before, computer worms only consume system resources and cause reduced performance. But now it also contains payloads that are designed to steal and delete the files upon execution. Some examples of worms are Morris worm, Code Red worm, and the Stuxnet. Morris worm is one of the first computer worms distributed via the Internet. In November 2, 1988, Morris worm was unintentionally released by its author, Robert Tappan Morris, and in just 24 hours, it caused a lot of damage worldwide. Targeted computers were running the Unix operating system. Some of the compromised computers that stayed infected for almost 72 hours are from NASA, Berkeley and Stanford universities, MIT, and the Pentagon. Code Red worm was first uncovered on July 15, 2001. It is a computer worm that exploits computers running Microsoft Internet Information Server, IIS. Once a server is infected, it starts to scan for other vulnerable servers and infects them too. Stuxnet is a 500 kilobyte computer worm that is uncovered in June 2010. It was written to specifically infect certain programmable industrial control systems, which causes the equipment to malfunction, while feeding false data to the monitoring system that the equipment is working fine. It has affected at least 14 industrial sites in Iran, including a uranium enrichment plant. Some virus and worm differences are: viruses spread across the network with the help of human intervention, while worms do it independently. The goal of a virus is to alter or modify the data, while the worm's goal is to eat all the system resources. Viruses are executed via executable files, while worms are executed via systems weaknesses. Viruses cannot be controlled remotely, while worms can be remotely controlled. Viruses spread more slowly than worms. Even though viruses and worms have differences, both of them are harmful to a computer system. In the next lesson, we will continue on discussing the other types of malware, which is a botnet. Botnet. In this lesson, Sia will discuss a hybrid form of malware, which is a bot network, most commonly known as botnet. The term botnet came from the words robot and networks. A bot, also known as zombie, refers to the infected device, while a collection of bots is called botnet or zombie army. A botnet refers to the group of hijacked or infected computers, servers, mobile devices, and IoT, Internet of Things, devices that are being controlled by a hacker. Botnets are used to carry out malicious activities such as account credential leakage, unauthorized access and clicking of ads, sending spam emails, and participating in a DDoS, distributed denial of service attacks. These attacks are made without the victim's consent. Most of the time, victims are unaware of these since their devices still work normally while being infected with a botnet. This is why botnets are hard to detect. A botnet is somehow a combination of Trojan and worm. The malicious program appears to the victim as a Trojan, which means it looks like a legitimate program. But once executed, it attacks other victims connected to the same network just like a worm. Hackers initially gain access to their prospective devices by using Trojan malware to attack the device's poor security systems. Once the device is infected, hackers will now implement a CNC, command and control software, which enables them to carry out malicious activities. One of the most familiar examples of a botnet is a Mirai botnet. A Mirai botnet is a self-propagating botnet, which has the capability of finding and infecting those vulnerable devices that are still using their factory default username and password. Unfortunately, most IoT devices are still using their default credentials. Thus, they are being used as a part of DDoS attack. Another example of botnet is LemonDuck. LemonDuck is a Monero crypto mining malware that was first uncovered in October 2019. It is malware written in Python, using PyInstaller for compilation. It uses a fileless infection strategy using PowerShell modules. It infects and spreads rapidly, converting machines into cryptocurrency mining slaves. Another crypto mining malware is Prometei. Unlike with LemonDuck, Prometei is a computer worm written in C++ and .NET. It attempts to move devices into a botnet and then are used to mine a variety of cryptocurrencies including Bitcoin and Monero. Whatever fraudulent activity botnets do, this attack's primary goal is to provide income to the hacker controlling it. In the next lesson, we will continue on discussing the other types of malware, one of which is logic bomb. Logic bomb. In this lesson, Sia will discuss another form of malware, which is a logic bomb. Worms are used to carry logic bombs. A logic bomb is a malicious program that has been inserted into the victim's computer network, operating system, or software application. Unlike other malware attacks, logic bombs can remain dormant in a victim's computer unless the programmed condition that will trigger it is met. For better understanding, here's an example of how logic bombs work. For example, a hacker's goal is to steal the target victim's credit card details. The logic bomb is then programmed to wait for its victim to launch an online shopping website. Once the victim does, the logic bomb will trigger to launch a keylogger. The keylogger can capture keystrokes. By this time, everything that a user or victim will type in, including the name, billing address, credit card numbers, expiration date, and CVV, will be sent straight to the hacker. When a logic bomb is programmed to trigger on a specific date, it is referred to as a time bomb. One famous example for this is a Fannie Mae incident where a disgruntled employee who was terminated on October 24th planted a malware time bomb set to activate on January 31st the next year. It was a good thing it was discovered 5 days after being planted. If the time bomb was successful, the malware code would have been triggered and executed a series of fraudulent scripts designed to stop the company's monitoring system, disable access to the server on which it was running, and delete out all 4,000 Fannie Mae servers by overwriting all their data with zeros. The destruction level caused by a logic bomb can vary differently since the conditions that a hacker can set are unlimited. Common malicious actions that logic bombs are able to commit include data corruption, file deletion, or hard drive clearing. In the next lesson, we will continue discussing another form of malware, which is a ransomware. Ransomware. In this lesson, Sia will discuss another form of malware, which is called a ransomware. Ransom malware, most commonly known as ransomware, is a form of malware that restricts the user from accessing their infected computer system or files, and then asks for a ransom payment to regain user access. The main goal of a ransomware attack is to extort money from its victims. Ransomware spreads like a Trojan. It enters into the system when users open suspicious email attachments, access unsecured websites, and download free applications from untrusted websites. After the execution, the ransomware runs and encrypts the victim's files and system, which can be decrypted or accessed only after following the instructions given by the cybercriminal. The cybercriminal holds hostage the encrypted files in a given time frame, meaning the user has limited time to decide whether to pay the hacker via cryptocurrency or just accept that the infected files will be destroyed or deleted. One famous example of a ransomware attack is WannaCry, which took place last May 2017. This WannaCry ransomware attack infected around 230,000 computers globally. WannaCry targets corporate networks by exploiting known vulnerabilities in Microsoft Windows. WannaCry spreads through an exposed, vulnerable public-facing SMB port, and then uses Eternal Blue, an exploit developed by the NSA that was stolen by hackers to get on the network. It then uses Double Pulsar, a backdoor malware to exploit and establish persistence, to allow the installation of the WannaCry ransomware. After encrypting all the files, the cybercriminal demanded $300 worth of bitcoins, but later increased the ransom to $600 worth of bitcoins. If victims do not pay the ransom within 3 days, their files would be permanently deleted. Another example is the double extortion ransomware. Maze Threat Group started this concept in November 2019, and since then, most of the recent ransomware attacks use this tactic in their ransomware playbook. In this type of attack, the cybercriminal not only encrypts the victim's files, but also steals them and then threatens to make all the sensitive information public if the ransom is not paid. Now the victim is in double jeopardy. If the ransom is not paid, data will be available in public. But even if the ransom is paid, there is no guarantee that the victim will get all their data back. Even though the cybercriminal assures their victims that their files will be decrypted, there are instances in which victims were still unable to access their files, even after paying the ransom money. This is why backing up your files is very important in the field of internet security. In the next lesson, we will continue on discussing another form of malware, which is the denial of service (DOS) attack. Simulation. Working of WannaCry ransomware. According to a recent cyber attack analysis report, most of the attacks observed in Q3 2020 were ransomware infections. In 2017, WannaCry spread and gained momentum, and now it's all over the place. This simulation is carried in a carefully designed sandbox environment to detonate the ransomware for study purposes. If you would like to try executing the ransomware, do it with caution, as you risk encrypting all of your network computers. So let's start on how to set up your lab environment and execute ransomware. Sandbox environment. Before you start. Before you start, you need to make sure that you create a sandboxed environment. Therefore, take the following steps. First, take a snapshot so that you can revert your machine back to the original state immediately after a malware infection. For this, right-click on Current State and click on Take. Give a name to the snapshot and click OK. Since I have already created a snapshot named Win10, I will simply cancel this process. However, you should make sure that you have the shot. The next step is to isolate the network to contain the spread of the malware. For this, you need to change the network settings and create a new network. First, right-click on Windows 10 machine. Then click on Settings. And then click on Network. There are different options provided in the network adapter. Among the list of options, click on Internal Network. Give it a name. I choose to name this network as New Network. Leave the advanced option as it is. Click OK. Now double-click to open up the Windows machine. Wait for a minute and log into the machine. Once logged in, check the internet connection. Make sure that it is not connected to the internet. Next, check the IP of the machine. For this, open the command prompt and type ipconfig/all. In IPv4 address, you will see the IP allocated to that machine. Here it is 169.254.67.245. This is a private IP address reserved by Microsoft. This means that the host is now isolated, so we are good to go now. As you can see, I have various important files on the desktop and in other areas of my computer. Nested inside my C drive, I have a folder named Malware Samples. Here I have a collection of ransomware samples. For this simulation, I want to focus on the WannaCry ransomware. Since I have already isolated my host and detached it from other network devices, let's double-click to run the WannaCry ransomware and see what happens. As soon as the ransomware is executed, you will notice the change. Many files and folders are added in the current directory. Also, files on the desktop start to change. Let's wait to see more in action. Now, Windows Defender warns us about the detection of ransomware. The desktop is now changed. Oops, your important files are encrypted. Now you can see the ransom notes displayed on the screen too. All files are now encrypted, and the extension added by WannaCry is .wncry is on all files. If you click on any of the files, they won't open up. Just the ransom note will be displayed. This is what happens when you get infected by ransomware. This is a complete violation of availability in the CIA triad. The purpose of this simulation is to show you what happens when you get infected by ransomware. Now this machine is no longer usable, so I would like to revert it back to the fresh installation. For this, when I quit the application, the option is provided, Restore Current Snapshot Win10. Since Win10 is the snapshot I created, I click on the checkbox and hit OK. Now, next time when I open the Windows 10, fresh windows will open up without ransomware infection. Denial of Service, DOS. In this lesson, Sia will discuss another form of malware, which is the denial of service, DOS. Denial of service, or DOS, is an attack on a computer or network which makes it inaccessible to the user. In a DOS attack, a cybercriminal sends high-volume traffic to a victim's system to overload its resources until the system crashes, preventing its users from accessing the network. Some of the popular DOS attacks are SYN flood, ICMP flood, and Smurf. A SYN flood occurs when a cybercriminal sends a connection request to the targeted server, but fails to complete the connection through what is known as a three-way handshake. A three-way handshake is a method used in a transmission control protocol, Internet Protocol, TCP/IP network that allows the computer to communicate on the Internet. The incomplete handshake leaves the connected port unavailable for further requests. The cybercriminal will continue sending a connection request until all the ports are saturated, making the legitimate users unable to connect. An ICMP flood occurs when a cybercriminal sends an abnormally large volume of Internet Control Message Protocol, ICMP echo request packets to a victim's system directly or through the reflection networks. These packets signal the victim's system to reply. The resultant combination of traffic saturates the bandwidth of the victim's network connection, causing it to be overwhelmed and then stop responding to the legitimate TCP/IP requests. A Smurf attack occurs when the cybercriminal sends Internet Control Message Protocol, ICMP broadcast packets to several hosts with a spoofed source Internet Protocol (IP) address that belongs to the targeted machine. The recipients of these spoofed packets will then respond, and the targeted host will be flooded with those responses. These responses will be sent to the victim's machine, since the IP address is spoofed by the cybercriminal. This causes significant traffic to the actual victim's machine, which causes it to crash. Unlike other malware attacks, the goal of a DOS attack is not to steal confidential information, but rather to keep the users away from using the system. This attack can cost a victim a lot of time and money, while their services and resources remain inaccessible. In the next lesson, Sia will teach us about information security policies, laws, acts. Simulation. Denial of service attack. In this simulation, we will look at two different ways to cause a denial of service attack, namely SYN flood and ICMP flood attacks. First, let's start with the SYN flood attack. We simulate flooding with Metasploit and HPing 3. SYN flood with Metasploit. Before we start the SYN flood attack, let's first identify live hosts. For this, type nmap, IP-range. I want to scan 192.168.1.70-90. One host is live, 192.168.1.88, with many open ports as shown. Now we need to start Metasploit. But before we do that, we need to start PostgreSQL service. So type sudo service PostgreSQL start and hit enter. Input your credentials when prompted. Then, type sudo msfconsole and hit enter. Now the Metasploit framework will start. Next, search for SYN flood auxiliary with search SYN flood. We see that SYN flood is in DOS category. To use this auxiliary, type use auxiliary /dos/tcp/SYN flood. Then type show options to know the required parameters. First, we need to set the target host in R hosts, then a target port, R port. To set the port, look for open port above. Since port 80 is open, we can leave the default. Now set the target host with set R hosts 192.168.1.88. Then verify the input parameter with show options. All parameters are now set, and we are ready to exploit. Type exploit. But before we exploit, let's set the Wireshark to view the traffic at the target machine. For this, right-click on the desktop and click on Applications. Then under Sniffing and Spoofing, click on Wireshark. Enter the credential when prompted. Then click on Start Capturing Packets. Now input the filtering parameter as ip.addr space space 192.168.1.88. Currently, there is no traffic. Now let's look at our target machine, 192.168.1.88. It is a Windows server. In PowerShell, type ipconfig/all to verify the IP. Then, right-click on the taskbar and open Task Manager. Click on More Details. Next, click on Performance. Monitor the CPU utilization. Currently, the CPU utilization is below 5%. Now let's go back to the Kali machine and exploit with the SYN flood attack. In Wireshark, you can see the packet capture. All SYN packet is seen, and the destination is 192.168.1.88. Back in the Windows server, we see that the CPU utilization has significantly increased. Now it's around 15%. This is not enough to cause the DOS, but imagine if it happens from multiple IPs. In that case, the DOS attack can happen. SYN flood with hping3. Let's first see how we can use hping3. For this, type hping3 -space -help and hit enter. If you see command not found, try with sudo. Now you will see the usage details for hping3. hping3 has advanced capabilities and has different options available. In our case, we are going to initiate a SYN flood attack, so we will need to set the SYN flag with -S. To launch the SYN flood attack, type sudo hping3 -V -c 1000 -d 100 -uppercase S -p 22 flood 192.168.1.88. This command says, send 1000 packets of data size 100 at port 22 to launch a flood attack against the target 192.168.1.88. But before hitting enter, we can set the Wireshark to view the traffic at the target machine. For this, right-click on Desktop and click on Applications. Then under Sniffing and Spoofing, click on Wireshark. Enter the credentials when prompted. Then, click on Start Capturing Packets. Now input the filtering parameter as ip.addr space space 192.168.1.88. Currently, there is no traffic. Let's look at our target machine, 192.168.1.88. Right-click on the taskbar and open Task Manager. Next, click on Performance. Monitor the CPU utilization. Currently, the CPU utilization is below 5%. Now let's go back to the Kali machine and run the hping3 command we just set. As soon as we hit enter, Wireshark shows huge traffic in the target machine. Back in the Windows server, we see that the CPU utilization has reached its peak. Now it's around 100%. hping3 is successful in causing the denial of service attack on the target machine. ICMP flood with hping3. Let's first see how we can use hping3. For this, type hping3 -help and hit enter. If you see command not found, try with sudo. Now you will see the usage details for HPing3. HPing3 has advanced capabilities and has different options available. In our case, we are going to initiate an ICMP flood attack, so we will need to set the mode to -1, which is for ICMP. We will also use a -A to spoof source address. Now, to launch the ICMP flood attack, type sudo hping3 -1 -flood -a 192.168.1.5 192.168.1.88. But before hit enter, we can set the Wireshark to view the traffic at the target machine. For this, right-click on the desktop and click on Applications. Then, under Sniffing and Spoofing, click on Wireshark. Enter the credentials when prompted. Then, click on Start Capturing Packets. Now input the filtering parameter as ip.addr space == space 192.168.1.88. Currently, there is no traffic. Next, let's look at our target machine, 192.168.1.88. It is a Windows server. In PowerShell, type ipconfig/all to verify the IP. Then, right-click on the taskbar and open Task Manager. Click on More Details. Next, click on Performance. Monitor the CPU utilization. Currently, the CPU utilization is below 5%. Now let's go back to the Kali machine and exploit with the SYN flood attack. In Wireshark, you can see the packet capture. All SYN packet is seen, and the destination is 192.168.1.88. Back in the Windows server, we see that CPU utilization has increased to almost 50%, and then decreased to about 20%. This is not enough to cause the DOS, but imagine if it happens from multiple IPs. In that case, the DOS attack can happen.
An organization can say they have successful cybersecurity when they can assure that all users' sensitive data and the organization's valuable resources are stored securely and protected. Regardless of an organization's size, it is essential to have a high level of documented information security policies to adequately address cybersecurity threats and record how IT security vulnerabilities can be mitigated. Every organization should also comply with security regulations to maintain business continuity. But what exactly are information security policies? And why are they essential in the IT industry? Also, why do information security regulations exist? And why are organizations required to comply with them? Let us continue discussing this in our next section.
Security policies. In this lesson, Sia will discuss why security policies are important and discuss examples. All policies must be appropriately documented and should focus on the security of all departments in an organization. It is essential to look into each department for possible security breaches and ways to protect against them. Some examples of security policies that organizations use worldwide to secure their assets and essential resources are given below. Access Control Policy, ACP, outlines the procedures that help in protecting organizational resources and the rules that control access to them. It enables organizations to track their assets. Remote Access Policy, RAP, contains a set of rules that define authorized connections. It defines who can have remote access, the access medium, and remote access security controls. This policy is essential in larger organizations since most employees are now working from home. Firewall Management Policy provides a standard in handling application traffic, such as web or email. This policy describes how to manage, keep, secure, and update firewalls in the organization. Network Connection Policy defines the set of conditions for secure network connectivity. It protects against unsecured connections that allow hackers to enter into the organization's network and affect data integrity and system security. It only allows authorized persons and devices to connect to the network and the circumstances under which they can or cannot connect. Password Policy is a set of rules which aim to increase system security. This policy will encourage users to use strong passwords when accessing an organization's resources and keep them secure. User Account Policy, UAP, provides guidelines on how to secure access to a system. It defines the process of creating a user account, its authority, rights, and responsibilities. It outlines the requirements for accessing and maintaining the accounts on a system. This is especially important for large websites for which users have accounts on many systems. Information Protection Policy, IPP, defines a set of rules to minimize the damage and loss of sensitive information. They provide guidelines on how to process, store, and transfer sensitive information. Special Access Policy, SAP, determines the terms and conditions of granting special access to system resources. It defines a set of rules to create, utilize, monitor, control, remove, and update those accounts with special access privileges, such as those of technical support staff and security administrators. Email Security Policy, ESP, is a policy governing the proper usage of the organization's email. This policy protects the organization's email against fraudulent email activities. It indicates from whom emails can be sent or received and guides what should be the acceptable content for work emails. Acceptable Use Policy, AUP, is a set of rules decided by the network and website owners regarding the proper usage of the resources and states the user's responsibilities to protect the information available in their accounts. Vulnerability Management Policy is a set of rules and principles for identifying and managing vulnerabilities in IT systems. Change Management Policy refers to a process of making changes to IT, software development, and security services or operations. This policy aims to increase the awareness and understanding of proposed changes across an organization and ensure these changes are conducted methodically to minimize any unfavorable impact on services and customers. Data Retention Policy is an organization's established protocol for retaining information for operational or regulatory compliance needs. Physical Security Policy is implemented to ensure the safety of the organizational computer systems and physical resources on company premises. Media Disposal Policy exists to ensure that all organizations' storage media are properly cleansed and sanitized prior to disposal, recycling, or donation. In the next lecture, SIA will discuss the compliance regulations that require organizations to maintain and protect sensitive data. Compliance Regulations. In this lesson, SIA will discuss the regulatory compliance that requires businesses to maintain and protect sensitive data for a specific period. Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, PCI DSS, is a global information security standard by PCI Security Standards Council that handles cardholders' data for debit, credit, prepaid, e-purse, ATM, and POS cards. This offers a comprehensive and robust standard and supporting materials to improve payment card information security. These include an outline of specifications, tools, measurements, and support resources to help organizations protect the cardholder's information. Founding members of this council are American Express, Discover Financial Services, JCB International, MasterCard, and Visa Inc. There are 12 requirements of PCI DSS that must be complied with, and these are: 1. Installing and maintaining and configuring your firewall. 2. Avoid using default passwords and settings. 3. Protect the stored cardholder's information. 4. Encrypt transmission of cardholder data across open public networks. 5. Scan and update antivirus software regularly. 6. Develop and maintain secure systems and applications. 7. Restrict access to cardholder information by business need to know. 8. Assign a unique ID to each person with computer access. 9. Restrict physical access to cardholder information. 10. Track and monitor all access to network resources and cardholder information. 11. Regularly conduct a vulnerability scan and do penetration testing. 12. Maintain a policy that addresses information security. International Organization for Standardization and International Electrotechnical Commission, or ISO/IEC 27001, 2013, specifies the requirements for launching, instigating, keeping, and continually improving an organization's information security management system. It also includes the requirements needed to assess and treat data security risks tailored to the organization's needs. Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, HIPAA, is a 1996 legislation in the United States that protects patients' health information from being disclosed without their consent or knowledge. The security rule requires appropriate administrative, physical, and technical safeguards to ensure the confidentiality, integrity, and security of electronically protected health information. Sarbanes-Oxley Act, SOX, also known as Public Company Accounting Reform and Investor Protection Act, aims to protect investors and the public from accounting errors and fraudulent practices in enterprises by enhancing corporate disclosures' accuracy and reliability. This act does not explain how an organization needs to store records, but describes documents that organizations need to keep and the storage duration. The act mandated several reforms to improve corporate responsibility, enhance financial disclosures, and combat corporate and accounting fraud. The Digital Millennium Copyright Act, or DMCA, is a 1998 United States copyright law that implements two 1996 treaties of the World Intellectual Property Organization. It penalizes the production and dissemination of technology, devices, or services intended to circumvent measures that control access to copyrighted works. FISMA, or the Federal Information Security Management Act of 2002, that made it a requirement for federal agencies to develop, document, and implement a guideline to protect government information and operations. FISMA provides a comprehensive outline for ensuring the effectiveness of information security controls over information resources that support federal operations and assets. General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, is a regulation that requires businesses to ensure the protection of personal data and privacy of European citizens. It establishes one law across the continent and a single set of rules which applies to companies doing business within EU member states. These compliant regulations play a critical role in keeping business continuity, as it helps organizations recover from any IT disasters. In the next lesson, Sia will discuss the ethics of information security.
As we become more familiar with ethical hacking, we realize how big the responsibility of ethical hackers is in keeping their clients' sensitive data secured and protected against malicious hackers. A code of ethics must be implemented to maintain a successful working relationship between the client and the ethical hacker. A code of ethics is a set of rules, principles, values, and behavior designed to guide ethical hackers in their chosen profession. This will help them practice confidentiality and integrity in ethical hacking. In addition to that, it will provide more confidence and trust between the client and the ethical hacker. This code of ethics is essential, especially to those who are just starting in ethical hacking. This is why SIA Global Security brings you the SIA's Code of Ethics. Sit back and relax as we discuss it further in our next section.
SIA's Code of Ethics. In this lesson, SIA will discuss our very own Code of Ethics, which our authors have lived by ever since they became certified ethical hackers. 1. Always hack legally. Before you start the penetration testing, make sure you already have all the documentation allowing you or giving you consent to legally hack their system. This will save you from future problems. 2. Maintain the confidentiality of sensitive data. Do not disclose any sensitive information obtained from your ethical hacking to other third parties unless authorized by the owner. A non-disclosure agreement, NDA, can be issued to gain the trust of your clients. 3. Follow the law at all times. Make sure that you are still following the laws governing ethical hacking. Do not participate in any black hat events. 4. Always be ethical. As an ethical hacker, you must always choose to do the right thing. Do not engage yourself in any malicious activities. Also, do not associate yourself with any hackers other than white hat hackers. 5. Avoid conflicts of interest. Do not compromise your client's systems or network for your own interest. 6. Practice honesty and transparency. Always set the client's expectations. Explain to the client the process of ethical hacking, how it is done, and the expected results. Disclose all of the results or vulnerabilities found to the owner or its authorized persons only. 7. Be a better example. As an ethical hacker, you must not be convicted of any felony. Avoid fraudulent activities, especially those which involve money. As much as possible, you must maintain a good record.
You are now ready to join the ranks of ethical hackers. You have gained the knowledge on how to set up your own sandboxed environment and possess the ethical hacking skills needed to establish your career as an ethical hacker. By partnering with SIA, not only have you had a beginner-friendly yet comprehensive lesson about ethical hacking, but you will also benefit from other extras, such as being updated with the latest ethical hacking lessons and penetration testing techniques. You'll find everything in the announcement page in this course. We also encourage you to reach out to our team of ethical hacking experts for any further questions you may have about the topics discussed in this course. You can write your question in the dedicated section, Questions and Answers, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. SIA will be with you even after this course. Furthermore, in the last lecture of this course, we will offer you a bonus to discover another SIA's security challenge, terrorism and counterterrorism. Finally, to test out your knowledge, we invite you to take the final assessment at the end of this course. Indeed, SIA's Fundamentals of Ethical Hacking is needed for you to start your journey in the world of ethical hacking.
Now that you've had a taste of ethical hacking and are hopefully on your way to becoming an elite SIA white hacker, why not sample some other SIA courses? Transnational organized crime operates secretly and without public awareness, although rival gangs may sometimes openly fight each other. Creating profit requires an innocent and unaware society in order to succeed. Transnational organized crime uses legal and cultural differences between neighboring countries to avoid detection and capture. This is the primary difference between ordinary crimes and transnational crimes. Police are familiar and competent with ordinary crimes, but lack the resources or training to deal with the other. Advancements in communication technologies have helped organized crime, but they are a double-edged sword. Public news stories, while often incomplete, bring unwanted attention to the criminal groups, and inspire private citizens to be aware. These events increase public safety and arm citizens against being tricked. Law enforcement organizations therefore focus on both preventing crimes and solving them afterwards. This is where we come in. We approach transnational organized crime systematically and with up-to-date information. Review the types of global transnational crimes that exist, the players involved, on both sides, and global efforts to confront transnational organized crime. Weaker governments may occasionally assist global organized crime rings, and legitimate businesses may unintentionally commit transnational crimes. These are also studied. Transnational crimes can be as simple or complex. Senior citizens are a common target for internet and telephone scam artists operating from third world countries. All of this and more is yours when you subscribe. Our course is your gateway to educating yourself and protecting yourself and your loved ones. The true crime would not be taking advantage of this offer or failing to look at our other courses. SIA's course on terrorism and counterterrorism studies terrorism's history, from biblical to modern times. War is a common historical theme with strong ties to terrorism, even though they are different subjects. Terrorism has increased in the late 20th century, prompting closer study by academics and other professionals. Their work created the geographical terrorism context, a study of the relationship between terrorism, its environment, and targets. Societies are deeply connected to their landscapes and fail to realize how their surroundings influence them. Terrorists and law enforcement authorities are just as deeply influenced. Studying these relationships can explain why terrorists lash out and help prevent terror attacks before they happen. The course also categorizes terrorism, reveals the factors that influence terrorists, and documents the history and structure of today's most infamous terrorist institutions. A student could gather this information on their own. However, most of the relevant sources are written for a university-level audience with advanced language skills. This would be like recreating the wheel. Possible, but unnecessary since the wheel already exists. We are that wheel. Come with us and make your ride an enjoyable one.